Ladies and gentlemen, technical difficulties. Oh, oh my gosh. Woo. What is going on, guys? I don't know why it wasn't going live. I kept pressing go live and it was just like, nah. And I was like, come on. And it's like, nah. Then I put on the Baldwin shirt and it was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on, everybody? Whew, man, let's not waste any time, guys. It's a very serious intel that we have today. It's gonna be very surprising for a lot of people. You know, I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to handle it. Quite honestly, we've discovered something that is really, 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 really terrifying. I'm gonna be honest with you. buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. As always, go ahead and check that out. All you coffee users. You think I'm just gonna not have a thing there, buddy? This is a set. This is not your sock drawer here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a set. You need balance. You can't just have a blank wall, buddy. They haven't kidnapped me yet. I'm not going to be doing any podcast from a hostage room, ladies and gentlemen. That's not how that works. buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. What is going on, guys? Let me just make sure to pin that for everybody, as always. And where is it? There it is. Bang, it's pinned. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys also know we're on Spotify. As you guys always know, we're on Spotify. Thank you guys so much for being there with us. All the episodes that you see on YouTube are also on Spotify. So if it is your preferred method of watching, please do so. Make sure to do so. Anyways, link in the description as always. Anyways, guys, we're not going to wait for people to come in. We're just going to talk about this right from the top. We got some really wild information in regards to the background checks and whatnot that have been going on with me. And I think I figured it out, what's going on behind the scenes. And honestly, it's pretty chilling. I don't know if you guys knew this, but when it comes to the whole thing that's been going on behind the scenes, but I have to tell you guys that the thing that I found out is pretty crazy. And I guess I could just tell you guys, Gary is 5'6". So it's all starting to make a lot more sense, guys. And this is a very serious topic. He's 5'6", guys. Man, guys, this guy's 5'6". Now we're starting to understand what's going on. There's nothing that our prayers could do. I made sure to pray for him. But we have it on good authority. People who have stood next to him, that he is around. He is just a little bit taller than Ben Shapiro. I don't know how else to break it down for you guys. I don't know what else to tell you guys. But the doxing, the posting nude photos, I always thought this is not behavior of a man who's 6'2". You know, men who are 6'2" don't do this type of thing, right? Oh man, the doxing, the background checks, the posting of people's nude photos, the scathing attacks, the constant attacks against Candace Owens, the thousands of tweets that Daisy and Barron exposed. It all makes sense now. He's a little guy. He's a little guy. This is very sad. This is very, very sad. Um, God is not going to make him taller, but you still pray for someone in this condition. I didn't know he was in this condition. I had no idea. When you see him sitting on that in his desk in his studio, you think that guy's feet are firmly on the ground as he sits on that chair. And now we know that that is not true. His feet are swinging as he sits on that chair. Oh, and that's a hard, hard thing for a man to go through. Day after day, swing after swing, and they just never make chairs your size. The tripods don't go low enough. The tripods just don't go low enough. The desks are always too high. And there's nothing you can do but buy a copious amount of firearms. Explains why he's in the tactical. So I throw away my accusation, my saying allegedly maybe he could be paid. He's not being paid, guys. He's not being paid. That's not what this is. He's a little guy. He's a little guy. And little guys will do things like this for free. That's sad. I always say, little guys, their minds don't work right. No, there's always a screw loose. It's sad. You'll see it. Use any example you want. There's always a little something going on. Whew, man. This is tough. This is really tough. Somebody, I won't say who, they showed me a picture of him standing next to a horse. And maybe there was a child. I'm not sure if there was a child or what, but his wife was there and they were all the same height. And I thought to myself, well, are they all 6'2"? And then that person replied to me and they said, no, he's tiny. And they said this. I didn't say this. He said he's an Oompa Loompa. And I said, how dare you? How dare you say that he's an Oompa Loompa? From a chocolate factory? I was like, sir, he's a Kandahar giant. They're like, no, you've been misinformed. I was like, I've been misinformed. What are you talking about? He said he's an Oompa Loompa. On the first day of St. Michael's Lent, no less. Let us go deep into prayer. Let us go deep into prayer for this man. For his hands are not far from the floor when he walks around. For he has to find smaller clothes than the rest of us. And perhaps sometimes for some styles that he wants, he has to go with a kid size. Good God, man. Good God. Whew. I'm so sorry I had to be the one to tell you guys this. Viva's a little guy too. You know that? Good Lord. My God, he's next to Alex Stein. Now, Alex Stein's a tall guy, but he is crouched down. He's basically bending one of his knees. Oh, my goodness. It all makes sense now. All of it makes sense now. Do not insult these men. Do not leave these men alone. Ginger Kevin Hart. Is that what someone said? Ginger Kevin Hart. That's a good one. But not the time, okay? Not the time. That's why he won't stand up in this picture. I understand now. Because he knows how small Viva is. If he stands next to him and he's not a full foot taller than him, then everything goes awry. Everything goes awry. This is wild. This is wild. The person who told me this, they were like, oh, I thought this was common knowledge. And I was like, sir, no. Sir, no. This is not common knowledge. We did not know this. Oh, my gosh. Whew, man. I didn't know whether or not to come to you guys with this intel, but it just makes everything make more sense And I know that from now on, you guys are going to have a kinder heart towards this man. Small man syndrome is what they call it. And it is running rampant on that man. Oh man, I swear I thought he was tall. I was like, oh, this guy's tall. This guy's probably taller than me. That beard, you understand? That beard in that head. I was like, that's a head of a man who's at least 6'2.5". Good gosh, you know. I get it now. I get the overcompensating. I get the hatred of Candace. Candace is said to be 5'9". Candace is a full 3 inches taller than that man. Do you know how absolute depressing that is? That's why he's never met Charlie Kirk. He's probably had the opportunity. But what on earth do you want to do around a man who's 6'4", towering over you? You know, your head's bumping into his belt buckle. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Man, I'm sad. I'm sad. You know, it's just crazy. Of course, he never met Charlie. Jeez. I wouldn't want to meet him either if I was that size. Napoleon complex, some people say. You know, it's very sad. Very, very sad stuff. I'm just, I'm hoping he's okay. Daisy. What are you saying here, Daisy? Daisy said he's compressed. Oh, God. How dare you guys? You know, with Viva, I saw him with Jack Posobiec, and, you know, he seemed a little smaller, but Jack had it at an angle. And I was like, you know, he's fine. He's fine. But no, he's not fine. Jeez. I'm so sorry. Somebody else said, Coach, did you say 5'6"? What? Now I think I need mints. You've been hoodwinked again. Most certainly I've been hoodwinked. This is a definite hoodwink. This is crazy. So no wonder he wants to know about my whereabouts. All walking around all tall like I do, you know? Having to watch my head when I get into a car. I can't just get into a car. You guys know how it is when you're normal height. Of course he wants to know my whereabouts. You know? Wild. So that person that gave me the intel, and basically, when it came to the whole Kandahar thing, what happened was there was that giant that did away with all the special ops guys that came. I don't know if you ever heard the story of the Kandahar giant. He did away with all of them. He was like 12 feet tall. He's knocking them around, this, that. Then another unit came. They were prepared. They were aiming up. That's what they were told to do by their commanding officer that sent them in. They were aiming up, and they took out this Kandahar giant. They brought him. They had to lift him via helicopter. He was on a skid, and it was said that he was at least 1,100 pounds. It's a big, big giant. Now, the thing that people don't discuss that I've learned, and this is the real intel, is that they went in, okay, and there were more giants, and they were preparing. They were way back, and they were preparing. And then they saw the giants cast away this little giant. And the guys, special ops guys were like, oh my God, that's a baby. How could they do that? And they casted away this baby. And then the next thing you know, they go and they find the baby, and they're like, hello, where's the baby? You know, it's this red-haired Kandahar giant. So they thought. And when they actually talked to the giants, they said, why would you do this? And the giants said, he's too small. And that's how he got into the military. He was raised by the military. Too small for the Kandahar giant community. Too small for regular society. Yet they still took him in. You can say a lot of bad things about the US military, but they did a good deed that day and they brought him in. Although he was small, his arms were too small for any firearm. So they gave him like a little Smith and Wesson at first. He was running around with it, you know. But he learned how to hold things. He learned eventually. And he served. So just a little guy, man. Just a little guy. So it makes sense. Makes sense. Someone said DEI. Oh man, Oompa Loompa. That's crazy. Straight from the chocolate factory? Willy Wonka? Gary was caught licking the wallpaper. Willy Wonka was like, "You get no ticket. You get no prize." Gary's like, "Oh." He ran out. All the other Oompa Loompas cried and they cried. Willy Wonka was like, "Get out! Get out! Your hair won't even dye green. Get out!" He was like, because he was licking the wallpaper. The schnozberries taste just like schnozberries. You understand? and who could resist the schnozberry? It's on the wallpaper. It's not even his fault. Come on. He was escorting the kids around. And that British girl was like, "Oh, can we lick the wallpaper?" And he was like, "Oh, we mustn't." And then she started doing it. So he was like, "I guess I can lick a little schnozberry here. Let me do." Willie caught him. I still got the picture of Viva. Well, the picture, I'm not even going to show the picture. The picture that somebody sent me some pictures of them with him. I was like, "Oh my God, what's happening?" I was shocked. You have no idea. My wife looked at me. She's like, "Why do you look so happy?" I'm like, "Huh? What? Me? Why? What do you mean?" She's like, "You look like you were very happy." I'm not going to show them because then it's going to show who told me about it. And I don't know that person wants me to show those pictures. So I'm not going to show the pictures. And I don't want to show the one with him and his horse because I'm pretty sure he's with his family. And I don't want to show pictures of his family or anything like that. So, but rest assured, this man he's bite size. Hence all the firearms. Can't defend yourself hand to hand. Little guy like that. I mean, you need you need rounds. So much so, I know what it's like. Listen, he needs rounds. And that's why he's like, "I'm just going to start this company. I need to feel safe." It's like a safety blanket, that company. I understand perfectly now. Now everything makes sense. Anyway. Small but mighty. Yeah. Small but mighty. Someone said Nate. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Just wild information. But I do think we figured a little something out about what happened. I was talking with somebody, and just randomly, we were talking about the situation with the weird focus on me. And I was like, why is there a focus on me at all? So it's not bite size, Gary. Someone said fun size, mighty mouse, mighty mouth. You don't want those kind of problems. No wonder when Valhalla challenged him to a fight, you didn't hear anything. Valhalla's a big man. He's a big, I know that. I know. Based on pictures. Other pictures. I know. He's a big guy. So no wonder Gary was just like, "I'm not saying a word. I'm going to go attack this pregnant black woman instead." Valhalla's like, "You want to go? We can go right now." He's like, "I'm actually going to go and kind of terrorize this pregnant black woman. Okay, that's kind of more my speed. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go do that actually. Of course. Jeez. You know, that's not a fight you want at all. Valhalla could just walk up and put him in a silk robe and say, well, you're mine now. And just pick him up like a baby and say, you're mine now. And Gary'd be like, no, I'm not yours. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, you're mine now. He'd be like, I'm not your baby. And he'd say, no, you're not my baby. You're my girlfriend. Let's go. That's what he could do. You don't want that kind of problem. Are you crazy? He could easily just say, so bend over. And you don't want to be around a guy. Listen, as a man, and every guy knows I'm right about this. You don't want to be around a guy who could tell you to bend over, and you kind of have to do it when he says it. You know what I mean? You don't want to be around a guy like that. And he's mad at you too. It's not even like he's in love with you or anything. If he's in love with you, you can be like, hey, buddy, he's mad at you? Oh, my gosh. That is the worst thing ever. You don't want that kind of fight. That's a terrible fight to be in. Valhalla could just put him in a silk robe and just start sprinkling rose petals everywhere and just be like, yeah. And Gary's like, whoa, what's going on here? What do you want to go? And he just opens the door and it's just a bathtub and there's candles, bubble bath. And he goes, no, you're mine now. Come on. I mean, you don't want that kind of fight. And then you wake up and Valhalla's cooking steak. I imagine he's a man that likes steak. He's a big guy. He's cooking steak and he's cutting it and he's just looking at you. And he's like, you've been asleep a while, sleepyhead. Here, go ahead. And now he's feeding you and you can't fight back because you're too small. You don't have the reach. So you can't do anything back to the guy. And then he looks at you and he says, you ready for round 2? And you're like, no. And he's like, I think I heard yes. And then you wake up dazed and confused. Oh, man. You know, I would back down from that fight, too, if I was a foot shorter than a guy. It's like a guy coming up to me who's 7 foot tall. I'd be like, oh, my God, I'm not fighting you. Why are we fighting? Let's work this out with words. Let's work this out with words and our pants on, sir, please. Come on. Can we please? So I understand. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh my gosh. Anyways, that's enough. What are we, 20 minutes talking about Gary? I'm sorry. Definitely gonna make that a clip though. Gotta clip that. We are clipping that. That's for sure. That is definite for sure right there. We'll just call this segment Gary Wee Man. That's wild. I heard the same thing about Graham, then the same thing about Viva. Like, it all makes sense now. That's why. Small Ben Shapiro, small men like to dominate. They like to dominate. They really, really enjoy it because it's like they don't get that the whole time because, you know, they're kids and there's girls that are like a full foot taller than them. The girls are pushing them aside and the guys are like, get out of here. And, you know, they get pissed. That's why Viva grew his hair so long, to compensate. He's like, I'm going to have something that's tall. There's going to be something tall on me. That's why Gary has the huge beard. He's like, there's going to be something big on me. That's for dang sure. You know? That's why Ben wears the small hat. He's like, this hat's going to make my head look bigger. It all makes sense now. Oh, man. Jeez. Anyway, biggest bullies are tiny people. Always. And that explains the attack of these ladies. You know, it makes perfect sense now. That's why he has no problem going after them. That's why he's in X Spaces. I'm like, what's he doing in X Spaces? I'm like, he's too tall for all that nonsense. You know, I like Gary. I like Gary's. I like this content at first. You know, He'd get a little argumentative, he'd get a little disrespectful, but he'd correct himself at times. All that's gone away, you know? And I was wondering, I remember because our first interaction, he was like disrespectful. And I'm like, don't disrespect me. What's the matter with you? I'm respecting you, you respect me. Because I'm talking like a tall guy, and I think I'm talking to another tall guy, because that's how we work things out. We say, bro, you want to get crazy right now? Everybody's got long limbs here, bro. You want to get crazy right now? I got enough forearm and arm put you in a headlock. You want to go down that road? And we don't want to go down that road, tall guys. Little guys, they get disrespectful right off the bat. That's how they are, you know? Normal height energy. Yeah, he gives that normal height energy, you know? Anyway, let's get into it. I do think there was a little something here. I do think there was a little something. I keep writing down the timestamp, and I have to keep extending it. Because I keep going. All right. Let's get off this. Elizabeth Lane, ladies and gentlemen. So randomly, somebody was like, oh, I know what happened with why there's this weird focus on you. Because I was like, why is there a focus on me? I'm not doing intense investigation. I do look into things. I'm not sitting there reading court documents and all that stuff. I'm definitely not the FOIA request guy. I'm not like that. Right? I'm trying to have fun here. I like that you guys can have fun. It's morning. I don't want to get deep. Could you imagine I did a show like Candace in the morning? It's like first thing in the morning. It's like, okay, it's a bit much, man. Like I'm trying to drive to work here. You know, you want to get a good disposition on life in the morning, right? That's what I'm trying to bring here. And for myself as well. So like, what do I do? That's all it needs to be focused on. And somebody actually pointed out to me what it could be. And I'm going to play this clip from Elizabeth Lane. I played it once before, and I didn't make the proper connection. But there were some emails that I read. Now, I read them kind of in a frenzy. It was a little impromptu, but now I have those emails screenshotted. And I can zoom in, and we can talk about those a little bit. Because we're thinking it's because the emails were read. But it's going to make more sense when I play this clip from Elizabeth Lane. I think I'm at the right minute here. I just pulled it up. Let's see. This is where she's talking about Gary. Listen.
Because I tried to look into like how did that happen, and I couldn't find like
he's originally Ukrainian.
Yes, Ukrainian-born Jewish person. He ends up being a British citizen. Then he somehow ends up going to Russia to join media sphere there. I don't know what happened. He got kicked out probably. I don't know what happened, but he ends up coming back to Britain.
And how much do we know about where the money comes?
Oh, we know everything. We like when the hack happened, we knew exactly who was paying for the Integrity Initiative. And I should say, please check out Max Blumenthal's work on the money part of things, because he went all the way. Like so it came from a British Foreign Office.
Amazing.
Yes. It's all documented. Like I said,
does it still exist?
No, after the hack, they kind of scrambled and they reshaped their operations, which I will talk about.
After the truth came out.
Yeah, after the truth came out. Okay. Exactly. So, but another important thing is, and this directly ties to Trump administration and why I supported Trump. So this woman, Jessica Aro, like Peter Pomerantsev, she's on the board, okay? Like some Finnish girl that no one in Finland can detect all these journalists. But please remember, they're fighting Russian disinformation, okay? They're not attacking anyone. They're fighting Russian disinformation.
Here, I want to just make sure it is the exact spot that I was at, because I didn't get time to look at this morning. Let me see here. Just to get to that part. Okay, my Ryan Monroe. Let's look at this. Where are we all at the top? No. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Perfect. Now we got it. Let's go.
Like this Gary guy. I'm not even going to say his name because they're looking for real engagement and real people and real fame. So let's call him Gary. He comes after me and he just makes these ridiculous claims, calls me a Russian agent, accuses me of crime, does like YouTube channels, like episode after episode of calling me, making fun of my accent. I mean, you name it. Like this is a nasty little, So I'm like, what's going on here? It's a former Green Beret. Like, what's going on here? And then I get an interesting phone call. And it is someone who knows Gary and says, Elizabeth, I've been watching what's going on and these attacks on you, especially after I dived into this investigation and Charlie Kirk and this stuff. And I think you need to talk to my friend right now. And I'm like, okay. He's a former Green Beret, also Special Forces, and you need to talk to him ASAP. I'm like, okay. So I call. This guy picks up. He's like, oh, I know Gary really well. I'm like, what's going on? Let me tell you something, Elizabeth. He says, so Gary and I used to do videos together. And Gary himself didn't believe in Charlie Kirk's assassination narrative.
So this is just, she's talking about Valhalla. This is the person who contacted her.
So I was like, okay. But now he's attacking everyone, especially Candace. I mean, Candace is like, Gary wakes up for it and goes to sleep to attack Candace, right? And everyone else along, including you. If you get in the way, they will come after you too. As soon as you're quiet about Charlie, he's going to be okay. So, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And he says, well, do you know that when Charlie died, Gary got paid by the DOD? I'm like, okay, so, and that's when he changed his narrative, he said. But that's not all though.
So keep in mind, got paid by the DOD. It wasn't like, here's like a propaganda check. It was for gear. So it was actually a contract for gear because he has a tactical company, right? This is like, just so you understand the whole framing of everything. Because he has a tactical company, he has access to certain things, and he had night vision gear. I have no idea how much they needed from him, but they needed some. And when that happens, it's like, okay, a bid for contracts. You know, I think Erica Kirk's mom got a contract for like EMP stuff, right? And then they give you money, and then you give them gear. That's how it should work. And apparently, again, it was for night vision. So there was like 2 contracts, and I think they were both for night vision. And it came out to about $200,000, just under 200,000, probably like 180 or something like that.
So apparently Gary gets paid by DOD a very generous amount of money. Gary changes the narrative, and now Tyler Robinson is the killer and everything is fine. Okay.
What can you do to monitor?
But she is right. There was a distinct change. I don't know if it was like exactly right away. Oh yeah, the doodle whoop whoop. There it is. So I don't know if it was exactly at. I actually wanted to check into that because I don't know, because he was making a lot of videos at one point and they were good. Barron's talked about it as well. They were good. You could go in and you'd see him at UVU and you'd be like, okay, this guy's really like hammering stuff down. And then at one point, it just like kind of went away, and then it just became focused on Candace, and that was it. And then it's the Gary that everybody knows today. But when he first started, he was doing good work. I mean, he was one of the first people at UVU. I think Diligent Dennison was the first guy to really get out there and start talking to people. Diligent definitely did the most intensive work down there. But yeah, Gary was one of the first people. And then there's some other people down there while he was down there. He was teaming up with people, doing content. It was very different. It was very different. But yeah, he did get a lot of work done down there. In all honesty, got to be honest about it. You know, what is this? Is this still the ad? What are you showing us here, Tucker? What is this? 4G security for wherever? 4G? Okay. Anyway.
I keep going with my videos, how this is unacceptable, wrong, and Gary starts coming after me, attacking me without even a phone call or anything, just attacking me viciously. So he's a man's man. He's a honorable military guy, unlike others. And he calls him and he says, "Are you okay, dude? What are you doing?" And immediately Gary goes like, "I'm so sorry. I have huge respect for you. I will not do this again. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry."
They're all that way.
Right?
This has happened to me. You confront them. Weak men are like that. They'll never be straightforward with you because they're too weak. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Then they're out attacking you again.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, no, I know the species.
As soon as he got off the phone, like only a few days after, he goes ahead and sees Gary attack him again and again. So then he started investigating with his buddies, Green Berets, Navy SEALs, all of that, and they found something. And this is where I got on a group call. So they said, "Elizabeth, we have a huge story for you, and someone needs to put this out." I'm like, okay, I'm listening. He says, when Russia-Ukraine war started, we Special Forces guys got some interesting calls. I'm like, okay. Ukrainian company called us, they said. And they offered us money. I was like, for what? They said, we were supposed to go on YouTube and glorify Ukraine, Zelensky, their military, all this, trash Russia, and we would be compensated for it. Yes. So immediately my reaction was, please tell me you remember the company, and please tell me you have some proof. And he was like, yes, I remember the company. We all do. And we have the proof. So I'm like, great. Here's the offer, Tucker. These are former special forces guys. Some don't even have YouTube, some do. And the deal was the biggest YouTubers that they wanted, right, to spread Ukrainian propaganda. They would get paid some around $10,000 a video, okay, 10,000. And above that, they would get $40,000 in advertisement money. So they would be set with good advertising.
Now, I don't know that she is like in this whole story. Like at first she's talking about Gary because Gary and the Valhalla connection, but I don't know if Gary is actually, I've never seen Gary make pro-Ukraine content before. I've never seen that. Maybe he has. Maybe you guys know. I mean, who sits and watches his channel? But I've never seen that. Someone says, what was the company? Don't worry, she's going to say it right now.
Is already 50,000 if they did just one video a week, right? But they said you can do as many as you want. If you want like, 50 videos, you can do 50 videos. We'll pay for whatever. So great deal. I mean, just do your numbers, multiply them, right? 40,000 in ad money. And then they said something very interesting. Perks were they would get to meet the biggest politicians in America, like Secretary of State, for example. And they would take flights with them and they would take car rides and so on. And that happened too. By the way, I want to say Secretary of State, this particular offer was not the Secretary of State. We are talking about Lloyd Austin.
Wow.
Like before. Yes.
Yeah.
So as you understand, not only they have people at the DOD and like not just DOD, but in general in the American government, and they were so secure making this offer that obviously our government is involved, like not again, Trump administration, I'm talking about previously, but the closest offer was only 2 years ago. Okay. So the reason these people got on the phone call with me is because they declined the offer.
Did they know where the money was coming from?
Yes. It was a company called United 24.
United 24.
Yes. Ukrainian company set up by Ukrainian government. Yes. So here's an interesting thing with United 24. You know who provides money for United 24?
Who?
We do.
The U.S. government.
Well, US everybody. So if I wanted to donate to them, they have a website that I go to donate. They got a ton of money from Hollywood and actors and actresses also. So they have our money going to them and they are propagandizing us with our own money.
That's part of the humiliation ritual. Yeah.
It's crazy. But it gets crazier. So, how do you understand this story was never told by anybody?
No.
Like, I can't believe I'm sitting here with you and telling this the first time when we have much bigger, much more powerful and skillful journalists out there who should have done this story.
No, they're part of it too.
So the boys told me they are absolutely mad and angry at Ukrainian company, this particular one, and Ukrainians. And they said, we are fed up with them. Go destroy them. So I'm like, okay, there's something hidden, not just money offer, like what's going on? One of them said, well, when I said no, and I said, go ahead for yourselves, excuse my language, they went after his work. So they called the boss of this person. You know how like when special ops guys get out, they do like contracting work and all kinds of. So he was doing one of those and they called his work, his boss, and says, this guy is a Russian agent. He works for Russians. You need to drop him.
What?
Yes.
Did it work?
No, of course not. So the guy called him, the boss called him up and says, I'm getting a ton of calls about you being a Russian agent. What's going on? And he says, I'll deal with them. Don't worry about them. He's not the only singular case. They did it to every single one of them.
So yeah, it's very weird because the second that I talked about this company and then read these emails, then all of a sudden all this stuff came out about background checks and this and that, and it's very weird, very, very weird how it just happened all of a sudden. And then one person just naturally said, they're like, oh, well, you talked about the offer that they made you, you know? Like they're like, oh, that's what happened. You talked about the offer, and literally like the next day or so, all that came out. He's like, that's what's going on there. Now I don't know if that's intimidation or what. I couldn't say it was United 24 at all, because they were like nice. They're pretty nice in what they had to say. But yeah, it was weird. It was weird, very, very weird. And then this is. Actually, I'll read this one first. Why is this guy? Let me see here. Let me put this one here. Maybe it's not loading. There we go. So yeah, this is my experience here. So I was just talking about how this is a real company. I was just surprised when I heard the company's name. It says, "Greetings. This is the United Forum Media Team, and I personally believe in the huge potential for a powerful collaboration that we would regret leaving unrealized. We're focusing on aiding our country, and we can assist you with materials, editing, content, scripts, experts as needed. As a testament to the impact of United 24 Media's support, we proudly highlight our collaborations with Kings and Generals channel, wherein we helped achieve remarkable results. A video on the Battle of Kiev that gathered 4 million views." Right. Then 2025, because they started contacting me in 2024. Then 2025 came around and said, "I just want to remind you of the unique occasion to align yourself with the top group of international bloggers and celebrities who stand in solidarity with Ukraine. The potential for highly successful collaboration with the United 24 Media is undeniable, and we genuinely hope you won't let this chance pass you by. I look forward to your reply, as we are still excited to discuss all the advantages of joining forces." I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And then again in 2025, a few days ago, I wrote you on behalf of United 24 Media for a potential collaboration. I'm still waiting for a reply. We are interested in helping I Am Coach Colin by providing experts and materials to make a real story. We can help you create a powerful content like we did with, what is this? Planeta June from Canada. His videos created with our support received 400,000 views. Why are they even talking? Are they allowed to just talk about their clients like that with other people? That's weird. We have a lot of ideas for you to cover events and life in Ukraine. Are you interested in joining our efforts to be at the top of YouTube while supporting Ukraine? Send me a message. I'll tell you about the collaboration options. Just a bunch of stuff like that. And then again, February 3rd, 2025. I'd like to revisit the potential for our collaboration, considering your interest in trending topics. United 24 Media is eager to explore partnership with I Am Coach Colin to exchange value and create impactful content. This will be my final message on the matter. I look forward to discussing the details of our collaboration. Thank you for your time. There you go. Just because if it was the reason, right? I read them to you guys a little, I was like kind of haphazardly. I was like kind of just skimming through, but I just wanted to really show them, because if that was the reason why there's this focus on me, well, I might as well do it properly then. Really put it out there. So very interesting stuff there. Very, very interesting stuff. So, and again, I don't know who else is doing these checks, right? I don't know where this focus is coming from. Elizabeth Lane is talking about how this money is kind of everywhere. Who are the celebrities? Oh, you want to see who the celebrities are? I actually looked into that myself because I was like, who are the celebrities? Who are they talking about? Let me see here. I was just on their website too. Mark Hammond or Hamill, Luke Skywalker. He's one of them. I found that to be very interesting. Again, doesn't even take a tremendous amount of research. You just got to look into it. Let me see. Oh, they've raised, what's this number? $3.7 billion. Oh, and you say I can't play videos. Oh, do you say? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, the celebrities, Alyssa Milano, that's for education and science. Mark Hamill, that is for defense. I guess he represents defense. I don't know how that works. These are all ambassadors. Then you have, I don't even know who this guy is, president of UAF. Then you have Misha Collins, actor. Then you have Imagine Dragons, the band. Hilary Swank, actor. That's medical aid. Oh, you have Barbara Streisand, medical aid. She's an actor, if you don't know. Then you have this lady, Catherine. She also is part of it. Oh, you have this guy. Wasn't this guy Sabretooth or something? What else has he done? I don't know. But Lev, whatever his name is, medical aid. You have this guy here, Brad what is this? Presley, singer, rebuild Ukraine. You got May Britt Moser, scientist. You got Michelle. You got Timothy Schneider, historian. Okay, so you got scientists, philosophers. Richard Branson, entrepreneur. Another actor, Ivana. What is that? Senko. You got Bear Grylls. Wow, TV presenter. You have Scott Kelly, record-breaking astronaut. You got this guy. What is this guy? A boxer? Isn't this guy related to Zelensky? Or no, isn't this guy like related to a mayor or something like that? Mayor in Ukraine or something like that? I don't need glasses. I just can't read the names. What is this, like Oskil? Like, look at this name. Oleksandr Yuski, boxer. I want no smoke with you, sir. None at all. He's doing a great job. Whoever this gentleman is, he looks very tall, looks very big, looks very serious. You're doing a great job. Keep on fighting the good fight, sir. I want no problems with you. Mark Hamill, on the other hand, I'll tell him off. So you got a bunch of people, tennis players, scientists, a chef. Oh, this guy was on Rogan. Jose Andreas. He was on Rogan. People are like telling me how to pronounce it. I really don't care. I sincerely don't care. Jose Andrews, he was a chef for the Island Boy. Apparently, that's what people say. People say he was a chef for the Island Boy. I don't know, because a lot of people didn't like that he was on Joe Rogan and Joe didn't ask him anything about the Island Boy, J.E., which I found very interesting. They just had a conversation about just life and food and stuff. And they got a soccer player. Oh, no, that's an actor. But he's on the soccer field. Mark Strong. There you go. So that's all the people. Can't believe they got Barbara Streisand. I could believe that they got Mark Hamill. He's like on Blue Sky. He's a wild dude. He's a very wild dude. But yeah, so just weird. Somebody said funny. Scott Kelly getting stuck on wires. Oh no. I'll read that super chat later. We can't talk about that stuff so early in the episode. But that seems to be why there is this focus on me. It could just be because I'm funny. I know a lot of people are like, you don't understand. You're more influential than you think, et cetera, et cetera. But just watching the timeline. And again, I don't know if Gary has anything to do with that. Elizabeth Lane seems to think that he has some kind of collaboration with this company. You'll never actually know. They might actually tell you in an email. Apparently, they just mentioned some people that they're working with. I hope Gary has told them not to do that, because that would look bad. That would validate everything they're saying. But it comes from pretty good information that there's something weird about that company. And Elizabeth Lane stated it. You know, you can get paid a lot of money. You just have to absolutely love Ukraine. So, you know, here, what is this? Camzilla. Wow. Big name for such a guy that's just like in a comment section there. There you go. Don't worry, Camzilla. Have a good one. Someone said he's running his podcast and all that. Yeah. Hopefully they don't mention him or anything. But anyway, weird. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that, you know, Candace mentions me. She brings up this. She brings up everything going on with me. And next thing you know, there's this weird focus on me. And it seems like it happened directly after I read those emails. So I don't know. I know Gary has been looking into me for a while. And I actually have a weird... let me see if do I have the email? How do I forget M every single time? I don't know how I forget M and what she actually showed me. But this is actually a funny thing. So we had this. Where is it? let me pull this up. So we had this, this is him. He admitted that this is real. This is him asking, did you do a background check? He says that he was just asking her because she had so much info on me. And then he said in the spaces that, yes, he did do a background check, and that I live in Tennessee. I think he's saying the wrong place that I live because he is trying to play dumb a little bit. I think he embraces that character. Honestly, I mean, you can say whatever you want about Gary. I don't think he's that dumb. I really don't. I think he's really good at manipulation. I think he understands exactly what he's doing, and I think he has an idea of what he wants to accomplish. And whether it's him that's initiating it or not, it's just like I don't think he's that dumb. I don't think most guys that have served are that dumb. But let me just grab this really quick. Where is this post? Come on, M. Oh, did you just send me like a legit video, M? I don't want to show our DMs, but I will. Sorry, M. Actually, you know what? I can show just the video. Here you go. There you go. I'll show just the video. Because M actually sent me this when she decided to actually put this out. So M is a creator, journalist type, investigator type. And this is Gary's actual grok. Do you remember when Gary's grok got released? Because he put it out there and he didn't realize it had his whole grok history in it. It was just, it's so funny. I just said I don't think he's dumb, and now I'm explaining how he just mistakenly put his entire grok history out on X out of nowhere. But if you watch closely, he goes through a bunch of different things: UAP connections, more UAP connections. See, I think me and Gary could have a conversation. He's looking up UAPs and stuff like that. Woman contacted UAP. Wow, he's in this. If you watch closely, wow, he is looking into the scientists that passed away. Wow. Huh. You know all those missing scientists? He's looking into that. Whoa, that's weird. Why is he looking into that? I guess we all kind of looked into it a little bit. But if you keep going, there you go. This is him. Let me make that a little bigger. This is him. Provide any information regarding Coach Colin. Real name, age, location, etc. So he was actually trying to figure it out. And I guess it says as of April 26th. So he was doing this back in April, Someone said, I thought Gary was curly. Once a stooge, always a stooge. But he put it out there. So he was actually doing his own independent looking into me. Then shout out to M. Thank you for showing me this. So weird that he did that. So yeah, I guess he's been doing this for a while at the request of no one. It's just for his own thing. I guess that's what he says, but it was a weird correlation to see that text message come out, to see right after I read those emails, and to know that company is actually very powerful to the point where if you wanted to make $1 million a month making videos, they would just give you $1 million a month. Like, you could just make as many as you want. It's insane. That's insane. So I just want to let you guys know I'm releasing a series about how great Ukraine is. Just to let everybody know, it's going to be a 20-part series. I'm going to release it in one day. So get ready for that. Get ready for that. It's coming. How many scientists went missing? I think 14. I think they were at 14 last time I checked. Might be at 15 now. That's how many missing scientists there were. So yeah, he was looking into me for a while. So funny. Real name, age, location. It's like, why? Why do you need to know the location? Really weird. Odd to want to know someone's location because they said a thing you don't like. That's why I'm willing to, who said this to me, where they kind of drew that correlation. I'm like, well, what else could it be? Because it couldn't just be the fact that I just make jokes. Like, why look into me? Because I make jokes. It doesn't make any sense, Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Comrade Coach Colin, yes. When I release my series, yes, Comrade Coach Colin, I'm gonna sit down with Zelensky. He's a hero, you know that, right? He's an American hero. I don't know if you it was crazy that just a little while ago they were trying to be like, Zelensky is an American hero, and it was like, what? Ukraine, it's all about democracy. And you're like, huh? Why is he getting all my money? And they're like, listen, if you don't like him, you're against America. And they're like, wait, what? They're trying to get Americans to believe that you hated America if you didn't support Ukraine. Oh my gosh. The mental gymnastics is crazy. Just crazy. Comrade Colin, thank you. Someone said, Mike Riley said, age, sex, location. Yeah, you remember that back in the day? You'd write that to people. Oh, you're young. If you're young, if you don't remember A/S/L. Oh my gosh, that was the thing back in the day. You guys remember that? Whoo. That's how you got the conversation started, boy. Oh man, that's how you got it started. That's how you got things cracking back then. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Should I even play this of Gary? Is this Gary getting owned? Nah, I think we'll play that later. It's just somebody owning Gary a little bit there. But I never got to get into this. Daisy and someone said, you calling me old? You listen, that's a different age of the internet. You go ask somebody in their late 20s about A/S/L, and they aren't going to know what you're talking about. I'm just saying. That's a way back thing. That's AOL stuff. That's AOL stuff, man. I'm just saying. Anyway, Daisy and Barron went in on Gary. I completely forgot about this. When they exposed how much he was tweeting, there was a recourse from him, and then Daisy and Barron actually went in on him. So Daisy is actually showing this. This is wild because Daisy's really setting the scene here. She's like, POV, it's 1:49 a.m. You roll over and look at your husband. He's awake on his phone. You squint your eyes to get a better look, and you realize he's tweeting about Candace Owens again. Someone said ICQ is epic. Oh my gosh. ICQ, ICQ, MSN, chat rooms. You remember chat rooms? What? Chat room? It wasn't even an app. It was a website you went to. Oh my gosh. You got mail. You're like, what? What mail? Huh? That's when emails were taken serious. Now someone sends you an email, you throw your phone at the wall. AIM chat. See, look at Latina chat. Look how old you guys are. Look how old you guys are. Come on. People don't talk about that. So Yahoo Pool. Oh my gosh. MySpace. These are oldies, man. I know some songs you guys still like, but you got to recognize some of these songs are oldies now. These are oldie websites you're talking about here. These are oldies. These are 20, 30 years old. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Photo chatter. Jeez. Yahoo chat. Oh my gosh. You see what I mean? Party lines. Come on. You guys remember. That's back in the day. This is like the Soul Train of social media apps. That's exactly what this is like. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Wow. I can't believe you got just a chat. See what I mean? Jeez. I can't believe someone said ICQ. I remember MSN. I was young. I was very young. I was like 12. And there was some young lady that I knew, and her name was Hooters on there. And she made Hooters out of the text. She did like bracket and then a dot bracket and then a dot and a bracket. And people were like, oh man, this girl's serious. She put Hooters in her name. Anyway, I could go on and on about that. On and on and on about that. I'm just I remember everybody was like, "Yo, you know Hooters? You know who that is? You ever met her? You know?" It was crazy. It's crazy back then, man. So that's Daisy talking about Gary there. And then Gary tries to go in on Daisy. He says, "Daisy, what statistical analyst did you and your boss use when you spent months outright lying and pushing false narratives that said I said Mitch Snow was at Fort Huachuca?" I mean, just bringing up the oldest thing. He always has like 1-2 things that he holds on to forever. Now do statistical analysts of the time he spent attacking Erica Kirk. He spent attacking Erica Kirk. While you're at it, calculate how much those numbers are. Now, obviously, we're not going to watch Gary's video, but I did like the thumbnail. He calls Barron Baghdad Bob. What does that even mean? What does that mean? And then he puts him in a little suit like he's from a different country, like he's a terrorist. I mean, just incredible. Incredible. I mean, see, Gary's clearly not working. I mean, come on. It's very clear Gary's not working with United 24. They wouldn't allow him to put up a garbage thumbnail like this. They'd be like, what? They'd be like, brother, what are you doing? No, come. We make the thumbnail for you. Yes, we make it for you. You want Candace and Baron Coleman. Okay, yes. And then you. Okay, yeah, don't know. Give us 5 minutes. They wouldn't allow him to put out this slop. This looks ridiculous. Lucky what we're talking about AOL and all these old apps. This looks like it's from an old back corner of the internet. This is terrible. What is this? This is slop. This is sloppy nonsense. The word Baghdad is cut off at the top. Who made this? And then there's just a world map behind them. Candace is cut off. What is this? It's terrible. So this is back when Daisy was exposing all the messages that Gary was putting out there about Candace. It was absolutely ridiculous how much there was. And then he tried to respond with that video. And then Daisy, I've been meaning to talk about this all week. Even last week, I think I wanted to talk about this. Daisy ends up giving Gary a lesson. And that is just the worst. When the people who you're considering your ops say, you know what, you're so slow and so ridiculous that the only thing that we can do is help you out. I mean, Daisy decided to I'm going to help him. She said, Barron, I have to help him. And Barron was like, oh, I'll allow it. I think you should. I think he needs help, you know? So Daisy says, hey, Gary, Grok is not the platform you should be using for this kind of statistical analyst. While it's great at fetching individual tweets within a specific context, it has limited access to historical tweets. I mean, look, Daisy's a professor. Daisy's giving him a professor lesson. She's like, actually, let me just walk you through this really, really quick, small guy. Perhaps Grok could explain its own limitations better as it pertains to search inquiry limits and its inability to present an accurate cumulative number of tweets with specific words. I mean, is Daisy related to Lionel? Nevertheless, I'm happy to provide a better visual representation of the full data set for you. I've attached a screenshot recording of it here. It's long. Sorry, it's long. There's a lot. I would have attached the full 534-page PDF, but the file is literally so big that it can't even host it on. It can't even host a link to it. If that analytical brain of yours comes up with a different number than what's been reported with supporting evidence, of course, we will immediately correct the record. I mean, this is why Daisy is who she is. This is crazy. This is great. Daisy's been playing around this whole time. Look, Daisy's over here laughing. Daisy's been playing around this whole time. Daisy's smart. Wow. Listen, Daisy's one of these people that could do both. You know, I'm used to seeing Daisy just, doing hood rat things with her friends on X. She's just chilling, memes and gifs and stuff. Daisy said, let me just really quick handle this business. Hope this helps. Let me know if you need anything else. P.S. Don't worry, we cut you some slack and didn't include the additional 6 tweets seen here from December 31st, 2025. I mean, she just has everything, but this is crazy to have all this broken down like this. This is nuts. Just thing after thing about Candace. Because Gary started refuting. Gary's like, no. He goes, this is how much I tweeted about Candace. I can't see the numbers there. It's like 25, 45, 40, 45, 60, 35. Daisy actually went and did some serious work, and she showed that it was actually more like 180, 159, 142, 240, 83. She showed that it was like hundreds, maybe even got to 1,000, like just a lot of messages. So Gary gets that very special breakdown, and then Grok also doubles down and shows Gary that he's wrong about the way that he searched. He searched the wrong way. Daisy's you know what it's like. You ever heard the story about Michael Jordan? And I think he's on I think it's a high school basketball, college basketball team. And they put him on one team and he gets that team winning by like 10. And he's just winning. And then they put him on the other team just to mess with him. And then he goes and he brings that team to the point where they're winning because he just had it like that. That's exactly what Daisy did. Daisy's like, Baron, we're just winning too hard. This is too much. This is the type of winning that Trump promised. I got to go help Gary out. And then she did. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So Grok actually then says, my search tools are limited to samples up to 10 posts, 10 inquiries a day via keyword matching with data filters. So Grok just verifies. And then Daisy just says, thanks. And then Ian Carroll jumps in. I mean, it's not fair. It's not fair. Listen, this is exactly why I'm saying this. Okay. This is why I said what I said at the beginning. Ian Carroll has to understand. Ian Carroll's like 6'5". Ian, leave Gary alone. Okay. That's dang near a foot taller. Ian needs to stop this. Stop commenting on Gary's stuff, Ian. This is ridiculous. You don't do this to this kind of guy. This is nuts. He says Daisy is one of a kind, flawless response, and it's endlessly entertaining how bad Gary does not understand the first thing about how AI works and what it can and cannot do. I mean, you guys are ganging up. It's not fair. And then Baron jumps in. Baron jumps in at the end. I know you guys haven't seen this. Baron kept this one very low key. Baron says, this is a systematic dismantling. Gary, get a Daisy. Stop using your girly group chat and AI tools that you don't understand. Go back to shooting guns and cosplaying as a man. What? Jeez. Someone said gang initiation. They're jumping Gary into X. Oh no, this is crazy. I mean, as soon as I saw Baron say this, I was like, oh no, this is cosplaying as a man. That's a wild thing to say. Baron doesn't usually get like this, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's what cosplaying as a man. And then again, this is why I bring it up. You got to remember, he's reading this while he's sitting on a chair and his legs are swinging, guys. It's not fair. It's not fair. Baron is a normal sized man and he knows that. He knows that. Ian is huge. You guys can't be doing this. You can't tell a guy that small to start cosplaying as a man. You can't do that. That's not fair. It's not right. I was stunned when I saw that. You really don't see Baron get like that. You really don't see Baron get like that online. That is not a thing that he does often. Cosplaying as a man is crazy, you know? I mean, Gary probably immediately went and did a background check on Bear. He went straight to Grok. Grok, tell me exactly where Baron is right now. Grok's like, I can't do that. What are you talking about? Tell me exactly where give me his exact location now. I command you. Grok's like, come on, man. What are you talking about? I can't do that. I don't know where he is. Grok, access satellites and access his exact location immediately right now. Grok's like, what do you think I am? You're my computer genie. You're my computer genie. Do it now. Grok's like, I'm not a genie. It's I was told you're my computer genie. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Just crazy. Just crazy. Well, you know. Couldn't happen to a better guy. Couldn't happen to a better guy. I saw that. I was surprised. I was very, very surprised. You know, I was surprised by the kindness of Daisy. You see what they were doing. You know what they were doing. They're playing good cop, bad cop. That's what they were doing. That's exactly what that is. You know, the psychological games they're playing with this guy. You know, I can't abide by that. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, did that to Gary like that. Daisy's playing the good cop. She's like, oh, let me help you out, good sir. Oh, small sir, allow me to help you and show you how this works. And then he's like, well, I don't like this. This is kind of emasculating. And then all of a sudden Baron's like, you're cosplaying as a man. He's like, what the what's going on here? You can't do that to him, man. You know, running psyops on Gare Bear. Don't run psyops on Gare Bear. Don't worry, Gary. I'm here to defend you, man. I'm here to defend you. Here, we'll just say Baron. We'll call this segment Baron owns Gary. You know, just having fun here, guys. Anyway. Oh man. Did he get you somebody said get yourself a daisy? Get a daisy. That actually is good merch. Daisy, if you're here, you should tell Baron about that. That's a good merch thing. Get a daisy. That's really good. And this was his response back. Oh, look, it's Baron Conman Coleman. What a nickname. Oh, is that Coleman? Or maybe I should say Coleman. Maybe I should say Conman. The failed lawyer, et cetera, et cetera. Remember how you lied for months pushing the false narrative that I said Mitch Snow was at Fort Huachuca? Didn't I just read you guys something where he mentioned that? Didn't I just read you that? So another tweet where he says the exact same thing? You gotta log off, big guy. You know, obviously I say that facetiously, but you gotta log off. Someone said Gary needs a Mario mushroom. He needs one of those. He needs one of those. And Baron and Daisy, they got the fireball. What was that? The flower back in Mario? They got the flower. They got that thing going. Yeah. Anyway, just fun times. Anyways, crazy. My wife said time to go to bed, Gary. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Anyway, he'll be okay. You know, he's probably just looking for my location so I can give him a hug. He needs a hug. He just needs a hug. Daisy says, I'm making the hats and hoodies right now. You should. I'm telling you, that's a solid thing. Get a daisy and then just have a daisy, like your name on X, the way there's a date. I mean, that's perfect. You're good. That's a perfect shirt. Get a daisy. It works on so many levels for the people that know. And even if you don't know, you make it look good enough. And it's like, get a daisy. Yeah, there you go. A lady could wear that and be like, I'm a flower. I'm the daisy. Hello. You should get, you know, it works on so many levels. I'm telling you. I'd buy it too. 100%. Anyways, guys, the defense has released something in regards to the Tyler Robinson case. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I think it was the defense. I'm probably misspeaking. Obviously, we're gonna have to wait for Daisy and Baron to really lock this whole thing down. Or maybe Lainey, if you're here, if you can get like a brief on what's being said here. But basically, Candace calls this out immediately. So I'm just going to show you these two things right here. Candace just said this just minutes ago. She said she's barely even gotten through her coffee. So basically, this Sarah Fields lady, she says Tyler Robinson's defense is filing out, submitted by his attorneys on August the 11th. That is yesterday. The following the preliminary hearing, the entire filing is absolutely ludicrous. I'm providing the entire filing in this thread with my summary. So basically, she's saying Tyler Robinson's defense is essentially arguing that yes, Charlie Kirk was deliberately targeted. Yes, one shot was fired directly at him. And yes, Robinson allegedly admitted I had the opportunity to take Tyler out. But somehow the state is reaching too far with the additional charges and aggravating factors. Their argument against the great risk of death is almost absurdly simple. Robinson fired one shot. He intended to hit Charlie Kirk. He hit Charlie, nobody else, with the hit. Therefore, according to the defense, he did not knowingly create a great risk of death to anyone. Now, I'm going to just stop there because I'm not going to go through her whole thing because apparently a lot of this is just BS if you actually read through this. Now, Candace jumps in right away, and I suspect this is what she's going to be talking about today on her show. She says, I've barely had my coffee, and I can already tell the overwhelming evidence crowd is lying about the recent case filings in hope that no one will actually read them or understand them. How are we not tired of running the exact same strategy and losing every time? Pay a bunch of influencers to make emotive claims and hope that people don't actually read through the filings. It is exactly what they did with the ATF report, and every other element of this case. Lie quickly, repeatedly, and hope nobody will take notice. I will report on what's actually in the filings later today. Oh, there you go. Boom. So yeah, 100% she's going to be talking about this. So we'll see what all that is. I can't wait to hear what she has to say about it. Also, when it comes to Daisy, Baron, I can't wait to hear what you guys bring up about that as well. Should be very interesting. We'll see. Whoa. Should be very interesting, but we have to get to some more important stuff, guys. What did Trigger Smart say? They should wake up and smell the daisies t-shirt. Make a wake up and smell the daisies t-shirt. Well, you don't want to say daisies because there's only one, you understand? Okay? There's only one daisy, right? But you know what I mean? It has to be both statements. You don't want to start talking about daisies, okay? Like there's thousands of them. There's only one. So you know what I mean? Wake up and smell. We smelling some daisy now? Listen, guys. Leave the shirt ideas to us. We got it. We got it from here. Yeah. Baron already made the statement. Baron did it perfectly. He said, get a daisy. That's it. That's all you need. Get a daisy. Done. With a daisy on it, boom. That's the shirt. That's the shirt. You're good. Ladies are going to love wearing that shirt. I'm telling you. And I'll buy a few myself as long as they come in black. Anyway. Candace Owens and seeing a great debate. Now, I am not going to move from my position. My position when it comes to debates is that they're gay. Exhibit A. I'll always be saying that. I'll watch this one. right? I've watched debates before. I'll watch this one, but you can't tell me that it's like some fantastic thing, you know? I'm just not accepting it. But there has been some weird developments with this whole thing. So let's get into that right off the bat. I know you guys all know who the moderator is, and Lord, does it suck? Dun 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 dun. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a moderator for the debate. Phil, I don't know if you heard about this, but the moderator has been announced. I have heard about this, and apparently they just got another shill. That's exactly what they did, Jim. That is just something wild. I did not see that coming. A lot of people thought Joe Rogan. There was something to do with Joe Rogan, but we will get to that in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone said coach should have been the moderator. I mean, let's just get into it. She plays this whole like weird ad. I'm not even going to play the ad. I don't know why there's this like ad, and it's just like, oh, the great debate. And it is going to be great. It's going to be fun to see. I haven't seen Candace debate in a very, very long time. So that'll be fun to see. And, you know, Andrew's so insufferable that I haven't watched any of his debates in full, right? And they pay clippers. They pay clippers to get like their content out there a lot. That's why you've seen clips of Andrew and Sneeko and Myron and all these different guys, because they pay these clippers a lot of John Kiriakou. He pays clippers as well. There's like a whole community of clippers, and that's why their content's out there so much. It's to build the illusion and try to funnel people towards their stuff. A lot of people do it. Anyways, what happened with Rogan? Don't worry, we're going to get into it. Let's start from the top. Oh, I had it muted. Wow. I had it muted and on double speed. I mean, just, you know, absolutely terrible. I got it right to the second, and it's just double speed. I mean, let's do it. Oh yeah, I forgot they don't want me to. I completely forgot. Oh my gosh. I'll start it again. No, it's not a Baron. It's like they keep on taking away my ability to play clips. They take it away from me, and I have to reset everything. That's what's going on right now. I can't believe I forgot about that. It was like 40 minutes ago. In my defense, in defense of myself, it was 40 minutes ago when they gave me the notification that they wouldn't let me play a clip. Okay, all right. In my defense, all right, they said I couldn't play a clip. It was like 40 minutes ago they said I couldn't do it. So now I have to go back and play this for you guys again here. We'll play the last little bit of this ridiculous ad that they have going on, you know. Anyway, let me just hit it right here. Now it's good. Now we're all good here.
And the moderator is already stepping in to moderate to get this debate over the finish line.
Oh my God, that is the most copyrighted music possible. Jesus. Let me just make sure that goes away. There you go. There we go. Now we'll have Candace.
Patrick Bet David was his second option. And I know that my fans are going to be very upset about this because they think that Patrick Bet David and his crew over at Valuetainment have not been very kind to me. And no, you are correct. Certainly not Adam Sosnick. And, you know, they've thrown a lot of digs my way. That's exactly why I think it's a good pick. I want to remove the idea that this is in any way slanted. I don't want people to, even with Michael Knowles, it could have been like, oh, well, he's the godfather to her, whatever it is. They could have kind of pitched this as like, you know, in this way, I actually literally am outnumbered. This is his pick. I do trust, despite the fact I've always been able to compartmentalize. I'm a big girl. I can take people. You know, he platformed people that said things that were not true about me on after Charlie's assassination. Eric Bolling thing drives me insane still to this day, that he lied so much and said I hadn't spoken to Charlie since 2019. And I could be bitter about that. I'm not. I'm actually not. My main thing in doing this was wanting to have a moderator that I would trust to be in my home, who I don't think is a psychopath. I've been in Patrick Bet-David's home. I have met his children. I have met his wife. For whatever you think about what he thinks and our many disagreements, I think that he will moderate fairly. I actually truly believe that he will moderate fairly, and that is my number one interest in this.
So the thing about that whole what they did with Eric Bolling, the thing about that is, when Eric came and lied about Candace, said that there was like this quiet divorce, there was no friendship, she hasn't been around, they weren't friends. He was reinforcing that narrative. They had him on the show to reinforce that narrative. There's no reason for that guy to be on the show. It's not like he's some kind of star. It's not like he had a new show. It's not like he was releasing a new book. There was nothing for him to be on that show for, other than to say that about Candace. So I like that she's not bitter about it. That's great. For some reason, I'm able to not be bitter about things done to me. It's a little harder for me to admire somebody, to like somebody, and not be bitter about the things that are done to them that I can see, because that was a planned effort. That was not just like, oopsie daisy. Did you have something to say about Candace? Huh? What? Well, I wasn't even thinking about Candace, but here's the thing about her, guys. I mean, it was not like that. They did that intentionally. They really did. I mean, it's pretty clear. Adam Sosnick is Patrick Bet-David's handler. It does seem like it, because he provides no value to any podcast he's ever been on in his life.
I am, I think he's going to do a good job. What I am going to do, just to make it clear, we had a call. There was another option that also blew through, which was Joe Rogan reached out and said he would host down in Texas. I've already said my one thing is I'm not traveling for this. So I declined to accept me having to travel down to Texas. And then a PBD offered, and Andrew wanted to make that happen. And I said, okay, I am fine. I'm literally fine as long as a person comes here. And I also have, just to make it clear to everyone, I have said, basically, PBD is going to be in control. He is going to be deciding when we go to break. He is going to be the person that decides who talks and when. And he is going to be the person that the producers are speaking to when we say, can you bring something up? I am hoping that this Andrew Wilson thing is going to be like me meeting the final boss of the Real House Bros of Candace County, because that's what this has become, the consistent stream of men who are being platformed and pushed by Turning Point USA, who doesn't have like the courage to admit that they're communicating with these people. They send them out to do their bidding as if they don't want to get their hands dirty. These are the Real House Bros of Candace County.
This is a crazy picture you have here. This is a wild picture. See, Candace thought it too. Candace thought he was huge. See that? That's Gary in the back there. Candace thought he was gigantic. I thought he was gigantic too. I really did. Look, she thinks that Viva is taller than Graham. I know, because of the hair. They are deceitful, right? Graham looking great as ever, posed up. Look at Graham, very nice, very nice. Blake looking very authoritative, not as soft as he usually looks. Missing Andrew Colvette. I wish he was here in this picture somewhere. Andrew's there. Andrew Wilson's there. Very nice. But she thought he was huge too. She thought, of course, how do you not think that guy's huge? He's huge. I should just save the picture that I have, and I should just bring up that picture, because boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy, you can tell this guy's not a big guy, Anyway, I won't go back to that. Let's keep going here. And I would watch this show. Oh God, you guys know I would watch this show. You're crazy. I basically am watching this show. I'm the guy who breaks it all down.
Thus far, we've got Graham Allen. We've got Paramount, Not So Tactical. We've got Blakey Neff, who's the leader, Slay Bay. We've got Jeremy Borig, Viva Frey, nonstop tweeting. And then all of a sudden, Andrew Wilson has now appeared. And he's their new horse. They're not going to claim him. We're not going to force him to. But we all saw how this went down. He goes to TPUSA headquarters and suddenly he's got a lot of money to throw around to call Candace out on Piers Morgan and Joe Rogan. And so the public can take from that what they will. What I will say is something that's already annoying me and I am bending over backward to address is that he keeps seeding this narrative that he's the underdog somehow or that this is somehow unfair. I'm also happy that it is PBD because he will assess and I believe be 100% straightforward with the audience about whether or not I slanted anything against him, whether anything happened in the control room. He will be honest with audiences. And like this tweet from Andrew that he shared. Where do we have the tweet that he said this morning? He keeps caging it as if like he's in the lion's den. He wrote, "This is hardly the first time I've been in territory with a hostile audience and high-profile debate opponent and the cards against me. And it won't be the last time." Like, for you, it's the Friday of all Fridays. For me, it's just another day taking on a terrible worldview. What are you talking about? Hostile audiences? There's no audience in front of us. We're going to be in this little room. Like, yeah, people will be watching it, but you're not going to be jeered or have anybody screaming at you. I responded. It was like, he keeps pretending like he's from England and going into Aztec Stadium and being jeered. That's not what he is walking into. We have allowed his moderator. We're giving him our studio, our producers. He will be in control. He picks the moderator. He established the debate claim. We conceded to that. He is officially bringing more people than I have on my team. So actually, I will be underrepresented in my own home when he comes down because I want this to be a clean victory. I want it to be a final response to these people who have been insisting for months and months and months, oh, all of these conspiracy theorists don't believe in what they believe. They're just saying it because it gives them an audience. No, that's not why we're saying it. We very much believe what we are saying. And I'm glad that the debate claim is, one of the claims is him saying the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson assassinated Charlie Kirk. And my rebuttal, obviously, to that is that Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy.
I can't wait for her because there's gonna be like this weird. I guess it's gonna be weird cross-examination, and I don't know what that's gonna look like for Candace Owens doing that to him. I think that's gonna be one of the funniest parts. It's gonna get extremely boring when he does it to her. When he tries to cross-examine her, it's going to get very, very boring, I think. When she does it to him, it is going to be ridiculous and hilarious. And I don't see a way where he comes out on top on this solely because he hasn't done enough research, right? You can tell he's been pushed into this. There's money afoot. He'll say that there's no money. I get it. I'm going to be showing you his give, send, go. I'm going to be showing you more about this whole thing. I'm going to be showing you the reactions to people, all sorts of different things. And I'm going to be showing you some weird occurrences. Someone said fix her face. There you go. Some weird occurrences when it comes to the money. Now, I already talked about this. Actually, I don't know if I talked about it with you guys, but Act Blue, Win Red. If you don't know, these are donation platforms for Democrats and Republicans. So what was figured out about these platforms is that there would be a bunch of donations, small donations from people, but it would be to the tune of like $200,000. So it'd be like $5 donations over and over again to the tune of like $200,000. And when it got investigated, when people actually started going to these people's houses and asking them, have you donated $200,000 to Act Blue? And I'm sure you can find the same thing in Win Red, but there was a deeper investigation into Act Blue. The people, they were usually old, and they would go, no. They would go, no, I don't have $200,000. They'd be like, did I just lose $200,000? Because they don't know what's going on. And it would be like, no, there was just somebody representing themselves somehow as you giving all these donations. There's something weird going on when it comes to what's happening in regards to Andrew's Give, Send, Go. I see there's one person, is it Matt Morris TV? He's donated $30,000, right? There's a very interesting, clever little thing going on with this donation. People say he's panhandling, but also the money was already sent. So, what we're supposed to believe is that he had the money, he put the money out there, and now he is trying to recoup his money. I can tell you something else I was talking about with my wife that big organizations do sometimes. You know what? Hold on. Let me see something here. Really quick. She's been on the podcast before.
Hello?
Hey, can you walk me through that thing you were talking about with big organizations and how they do the whole donation thingy?
Yeah, so when you go to like a grocery store or one of those big box stores or fast food places, sometimes when you're checking out, they'll ask if you want to donate to whatever cause or round up your dollar. And basically what's happened is those corporations know exactly how much they need to donate to charity to make a better tax advantage for them. So they've already made that donation in that amount of dollars. And then when they're asking you to donate towards it, they're recouping their loss so that they can get the tax advantage, but they're not actually spending any money.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I love you.
Love you too. So that was the wife, by the way. That is what I think is not going on with Turning Point and Andrew at all. Just wanted to bring that up. I don't think that's what they're doing at all. But it's interesting that could be done. And yes, that is what's happening when they're asking you for certain donations and whatnot. Anyway. Someone said, wife sounds like she has good credit. Of course she does. She comes from Mennonite stock. My definitely has Viking in her bloodstream. Family has been over here literally. I mean, some people get insulted when you call them colonizers. She has to just wear that badge. Somebody calls her a colonizer. I mean, it's just what it is. Colonizers, settlers, that's exactly what her family is. Yeah, they've been here since before, I think late 1600s. I think 1700, late 1600s. Her family's been all over the place. It's crazy. Anyway, so she was breaking that down for me yesterday, and I don't think that's what's going on with Andrew and Turning Point. Just to say, I don't think that's happening. But it could happen in some instances, right? Anyway, someone said that's my handler. Yeah. I wish. A good handler. I mean, basically, right? I'm up here working. She's down there, having a grand old time. No, I'm kidding. She's just 2 kids, I'm like her handler. I'm like, hey, you get the kids. I'm going to be up here making jokes about people's height, I don't know. I think I got the better end of it, Anyway, let's keep going with Candace here.
That's my belief. And I believe that I can defend that. And I don't think that there are many more people who know this case inside and out. I feel like I know this case better than some of the lawyers do, truly. Baron Coleman perhaps would be neck and neck with me. If I was debating Baron Coleman on the case and we weren't on the same side, I probably would be like, okay. And he's also a lawyer, like a little bit nervous, right? Because he will have a natural talent for understanding some of the filings where I have to just always check. But I am sued a lot. So I don't know, maybe I'm a little more experienced than Baron Coleman, actually, if we ever have a debate. I'd be like, actually, I'm the most sued ever. So this is could not have been made more fair. Other than the fact that I have asked that it takes place here and he doesn't smoke, I have made no other requests and I have conceded everything to him. And PBD will be honest about that. Like, I've just been like, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. I don't care. I actually am excited to address these points finally. And the idea that anybody would be fearful. I'll tell you what debate rule number 1 is: stake a position that you can actually defend. Don't go in. This is not going to be like him sitting down with OnlyFans chicks and this kind of debates that you don't have to prep for, because you just go, well, I don't think stripping is a good idea. And then they try to tell you that stripping is great and they're super happy. This is not that. This is an actual court case. This is a court case that has evidence. And I believe that the people who are pursuing alternative theories, as they call conspiracy theories, are completely righteous in that pursuit, given the lack of really any evidence that has proven to be concrete thus far connecting Tyler Robinson to this murder. So that,
man, let's get into a little bit of behind the scenes right away. Ian's like, Friday is gonna be lit. Friday is going to be lit. Candace then talks a little bit about what she touched on in the video while she was on X. She was like, he's trying to convince people that the cards are against him in this debate as some sort of pre-manufactured excuse for his performance. So let me deliver the facts. Andrew is bringing a bigger team than mine. More people will be presenting him and participating in this debate. Andrew picked the moderator. When the moderator is announced, you will note that the moderator has been deeply critical of me and the show. That's very nice. She's very nice. She's very professional, because she could just say shill. She could just say the moderator's platform has turned into a shill platform over the past 20 months. She could just say that and we'd all be like, yeah, we know. Yeah, okay, we get it. Right? She could just say that. She's like, no. I'll just say he has not represented me that well. It's like, what do you mean? They've been lying about you. They've been allowing Adam Sosnick to talk for minutes at a time about you. First off, minutes of him talking is just disturbing, aggravating for some people. And then on top of that, to just make up lies about you. I mean, she's very kind. We could all learn something from how kind she is when it comes to these people. The moderator he selected will be in full control of the control room, blah, blah, blah. In addition, allowing his team computer access to provide live fact checks. Ooh, that should be fun. They're going to be doing his gripe about the audience will be hostile to him is utter nonsense. Here we are doing this in front of a live studio audience. Bro wants people to imagine he's traveling to Aztec Stadium. Yeah, he really is trying to make it seem like as if something crazy is happening when he's actually the one that asked for it. It's very odd. It's actually very, very odd. Zach Costello said this about him. He said, hey, everyone, I'd really like to grow my platform and appear on Joe Rogan. I'm offering Joe $300,000 to have me on. I'll be starting a Give, Send, Go so that you all can reimburse me for this opportunity. It will be very good for me, but the financial burden and responsibility is on you. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Let's all make this happen for me. Don't be selfish. That is basically what's happening. It's very, very weird. It's very weird the way he's trying to pull this off. And then I don't want to read Rachel Wilson's tweets. I just don't. I don't want to do it. So I will have Candace do it really quick. She calls this a little eulogy that his wife has put together for him.
regardless of whatever happens with Candace Owens or anyone else, Andrew.
How is it already on double speed? I just opened this. YouTube knows me too well, man.
Will still be here in 5, 10, or 20 years if he wants to be. He has a unique and special skill that nobody else online has, which is in very high demand. Nobody can do what he does. He's taken on some of the best debaters and commentators on the internet and torn their whole worldview to shreds in front of millions of people We are talking about Ivy League educated men with PhDs, political commentary veterans, people who were at the top of the debate sphere. Andrew consistently comes out on top. If you see accounts who think all he does is argue with OF girls, you can be certain that person is not familiar with him or what he does. None of their lies about him can stop him. Only somebody with a more coherent and unbeatable worldview who knows how to defend it better than Andrew does can beat him. So far, we have not seen anyone like that come along. Like, regardless of whatever happens with Candace, or what are you saying? What are you guys doing? Why are you eulogizing him? We don't need a eulogy. We need that same macho energy, right? The cigarette smoking guy who's just talking about conspiracy theorists and came into some money, it seems like, right around the time that he went to TPUSA headquarters. Because first,
just came into that money, it has nothing to do. A lot of people are reacting to the moderator. They're like, oh, hell nah. Patrick Bet-David, a lot of people don't like this. Andrew himself released this. I don't know if you guys know about this. For those who wanted the direct link to the Give, Send, Go. This is Andrew on the Give, Send, Go. But first, let me pull up him actually discussing the Give, Send, Go before we actually dive into it, because we can look at who's donating and whatnot. We'll look at that a little bit. But first, let's actually, and I love the way he presented this. This is the YouTube video. He presented this like, you guys were asking. Here it is. The Andrew versus Candace debate. No one was asking. He's making it seem like the cards are so, like everything's against him, like as if he's the underdog, and as if Candace came to him like some bully and was like, hey, it's time, punk. She was poking him in the chest. What? When in reality, it was him trying to poke her in the pregnant belly, saying, hey, what's going on here? Hey, you gonna debate me or what? Huh, lady? What? So crazy. Someone said hostage video. That means you've seen it before. Oh, let's check it out. It does seem like a weird hostage video. Here, check it out. Oh, this is the other video here. Let me just, where is it? There it is. Here, check it out.
Where we are. A few weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. I expressed this story recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. Candace and her fans' reactions were volatile, to say the least. She issued a strange counter that I needed to pay her $500,000 and that TPUSA needed to, quote, claim me. Now, I don't work for TPUSA, so I couldn't grant that concession, as it would have been a lie. She followed with an offer of me paying $300,000 to debate her at her home on the topic of if Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and if he was a federal patsy or not.
This is what I can't believe he's reading this. I actually can't believe it. Maybe you guys can't tell. He's reading a teleprompter. How is that possible? Why is he like he knows everything that happened? I find it so odd when people read teleprompter. I don't read. You guys know. I mean, how terrible would I be reading a teleprompter? It would be terrible. I don't do anything like that. I find it so weird when people do, especially about things that they're engaged in. You should kind of know what has happened in the past few days. Like, you were talking with her. It's not like you're new to this subject. This is so weird. I don't know. Anyway, I'm here.
Obviously, this gives massive advantages to Owens, but I'm never one to back down from a debate challenge, even if I think the terms are fundamentally unfair. We entered into negotiations, and during those negotiations, Joe Rogan contacted us both, asking to host our debate. This is perhaps something you guys don't know. Obviously, I thought that changed everything, as that would guarantee the biggest platform for both of us to make our case on neutral ground. Unsurprisingly to me, Candace Owens declined. No control, you see. She insisted it be at her home still, even after Rogan said he would come in on his off day to do the debate, and I would still give her the $300,000. You would think if she was actually trying to change the minds of normies and reach a new audience, that's where she would go. But
they wrote down the word normies. See, this is the thing. If he had just said that, I'd be like, fine. But they wrote it down. They wrote it down and he's reading it. You read the word normies and you're talking to us? Excuse me? You okay? It's so crazy. And he said Joe Rogan will come in on his off day, just so you understand what that means. Joe Rogan, he'll do this with Theo Vaughn. He does this with Tim Dillon sometimes. If you ever see Joe Rogan doing something with Theo Vaughn where it's Theo Vaughn's episode, but they're in Joe Rogan's studio, that's his off day. So he's saying he'll come in on one of his off days to his studio. Candace has already said she's not traveling. So obviously she's not going to be like, oh, Rogan, never mind. No. When you're pregnant, Joe Rogan doesn't matter. I mean, just some of you are not pregnant right now. Okay. Some of you, I'm sure a small percentage of you watching out of the 6,400 people aren't pregnant. And Joe Rogan just tends to not matter much at all. When you're 7 months pregnant, 7 months is crazy. Wow. I wouldn't even want my wife doing this 7 months. I remember before I had this channel, we were having our first kid. She was working every day. It was crazy. She was like going into work. And I was like, geez, I'm like, you okay? I'm like, what's going on? I was so afraid she was going to like slip or something, like while she was out. Oh man, but either way, obviously she's going to say no to Joe Rogan. And honestly, Joe, I find it very interesting that Joe has Andrew on 2 times in 8 months. Okay, cool. It's not that many times, not more than Dave Smith, not more than, not that much. Not more than Mike Baker. So this is not too crazy. But the second time he has him on, it's clearly to discuss the official narrative of what happened to Charlie. It's clearly so he can say things about Candace. He can say things about the debate. He can put it out there more. It's clearly so he can put out this weird Fed slop. And Joe pushes back barely. He has a little bit of pushback, but he pushes back barely. And like I said, when I covered the whole thing, he acts like he doesn't know all of these things. Someone said, you're pregnant. You're pregnant? Congratulations. Believe me, I didn't know. Don't worry. I'm not magic. I just I threw it out there. But he was acting like he didn't know. And then all of a sudden he pops up and says, hey, I'll host the debate. I think that is sus. And I don't think it would be neutral ground because he's already shown it not to be neutral ground. You can't have somebody on last week on your show. Let them spew all this weird Fed slop official narrative stuff. You act like you don't know and you act like you can't push back more. And maybe you don't want to. Maybe he's your friend. I get it. But then turn to Candace and say, I will provide neutral ground. Well, how? You already made your podcast a place where he got to spew all that stuff about the official narrative. I don't know, man. I don't know. Doesn't really make much sense. But whatever. Someone's like, he made his whole channel reviewing Joe Rogan. Not the whole channel. I used to be a vlogger before this, and I used to actually go to protests and interview people before the reaction stuff came in. I used to vlog. I used to interview men about masculinity, and I talked to all different types of men. And I used to go to protests and ask people why they were there. And then I would watch for violence to occur. And then I would find out who the organizers of the protests were. And then I would look deeper into those people to see if they had any connection, if they could possibly be responsible for the violence. And then I had a whole series about creativity. Oh my God, so much you don't know. Good. I've had this channel for 10 years. Just putting it out there. just putting it out there for that person there who didn't understand. Just real quick. Oh, I wish I could find you. Anyway.
Sadly, no. After many rounds of negotiations and a new moderator stepping in who assures us it'll be fair, we came to an agreement. I went ahead and sent the $300,000, and it has been confirmed by her staff and to us that it has been sent. I am going to clear the air on a few things. I wasn't some Charlie Kirk fanboy. In fact, I had my and still have my disagreements with him. But I always thought TPUSA did way more good than it did harm to the conservative movement. But I will never forget the series of TikTok invasions I did post Charlie's death, only to watch the lunatic left laughing and mocking and having the time of their lives watching the spiral of chaos that came after. It was enraging, to say the least. I know I'm not a very nice man. I get that. But I am a very kind man. I lamented many times to my wife how god-awful the family and friends of Charlie must feel about what happened to him after he died. Trying to find some new normal under intense media scrutiny, balancing duty and obligation with remorse, regret, and overwhelming sadness. My stated objective for my platform, The Crucible, has been unwavering, and I've never strayed from its goal. Destroy the left. Take them on everywhere on their own turf, outside their turf, at their events, in their safe spaces, challenge them everywhere and destroy their ideas. Be unrelenting, never stop, and not one step back. This woman, Candace, has been terrorizing both the widow of Charlie Kirk and the organization he left behind. It's obvious her stated goal is to destroy the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. Do I disagree with a lot of TPUSA ideas? I do. I would rather try to change them, though, than burn down the only organization in my lifetime to really get a foothold in academia, the thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. In the following weeks, I will be relentlessly attacked from the Candace Owens cult for daring to put their leader to the question.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy. I can't even believe I listened to this much of it. This is nuts. This is so nuts. Like, geez. He's, again, it's very much like a eulogy. Very, very much like a eulogy. Oh my God. I didn't get enough sleep. My eyes just twitching like crazy. Yeah, it's so odd. It's this weird hostage vibe. It's this, I am falling on the sword for you guys. It's too much. It's too much. And it's all just to gain the followers. Sorry, I should say gain the money. And so people donate. Like, look, guys, I'm going to get tortured by these people. What do you mean? You mean on the thing that you can turn off? You mean the thing where you can just ignore what people say? The thing where you can just block people? I just blocked like 3 people. That's the thing where you're going to get tortured? They're going to torture you? They're going to come after you? Come on, man. This is so crazy. So crazy. Way over dramatic. Let's get to the Give, Send, Go here. So this is his Give, Send, Go that he put out there. You guys can check it out. He has raised $42,000. 30 of it came from one person. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder if people are gonna start like just putting like Blake Neff down as their name. I wonder if people are gonna start doing that. Oh my gosh. But yeah, someone I know actually pointed out this guy, somebody donated $33. Oh my gosh, I love it. So we'll see how much he gets. I guess he doesn't have to stop collecting the money even after the debate if he really wants to, because basically he's saying this money is to cushion the cost, like to cushion him for what he's done so far. So we're going to see a lot of anonymous givers. Someone says praying for unity. You're going to see like a lot of that in this whole thing. So it's interesting. It's interesting. But again, the money's already been sent. A lot of people thought he was trying to gather the money. I thought that. I was like, he's trying to gather the money before Thursday to send to Candace. I'm like, that's crazy. But he already wired that money over. So very interesting that he already did that. He already had the money. And apparently it's all his money. And the thing about it is you'll never be able to prove otherwise. I mean, this money just goes to him and you'll never know if this goes anywhere else. Yeah. You'll never have any idea of that. I myself am of the opinion that it will go somewhere else. I think this money is going. Someone said Erica Kirk's super secret alt account. How do I hide my name on this? That's funny. That's actually funny. That's hilarious. You're gonna see a lot of those. And let me tell you something. Some people who support Candace might even donate to this. I mean, I doubt it, but who knows? Who knows? But the person who gave the $30,000, that or the 2 payments of $15,000, that's a little bit suspect. That makes you go like, okay, what's happening here? What exactly are you doing? And how do you have 30? I guess, hey, listen, people got money laying around, but it's just interesting that somebody was able to give up a good 30 grand. If you have 30 grand as a creator, you have it to just throw away. I don't know, man. Why don't you just run a little contest for your subscribers and just be like, hey, here you go, everybody. Like, why are you giving it to Andrew? That's what makes me think all this seems so suspect. But I guess, I can't expect people to be like me. If I had 30 grand to throw around, I'd be like, guys, we're doing a sweepstakes. Whoever comes up with the best meme is getting $1,000. I'd be doing that every week if I had money like that. Like, why not? It's yeah, my wife just said that's a huge amount of money not to get anything out of it. It's not like it's an investment. It's definitely not an investment, especially for this random YouTuber. Which, I mean, random to me, but maybe you guys know him. I don't know the guy. I'm just trying to. You know what? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you who sent me the picture. I won't tell you that, but somebody did send me a picture of this guy doing this donation. So I'm just going to grab that. There you go. Let me save this picture really quick. Download that picture. Let me just save that picture. And then I'll just send it to myself just so you guys can see the payment. Very weird. Very, very weird. Let's email that to myself here really quick. See, I wish there was a quicker way for me to do stuff like that. But this is his give, send, go. This is how he is going to make this money back. And it seems like it's working. He's not 100 grand in, but he's getting close. He's getting closer and closer. So it has been sent. The email has been sent, ladies and gentlemen. But then we'll jump over to some more reactions right now. We're going to jump right into that. But I find it so odd that somebody would give, like, this is how odd I find it, that I have to show it to you guys. I have to. There's no way I'm not showing it to you guys. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody donated $52. They're like, destroy her thoroughly. He has such nerdy followers. Destroy her thoroughly, Sir Andrew, and I will see you at the crucible. Dweeb. Weird dweeby dudes. Here, let me just move this over here real quick and share that on the screen. So yeah, check that out. It's weird. All right, 2 payments. Matt Morris, 15,000 USD. 15,000 USD. So twice. Can you imagine he messed up? He meant to do it once. For some reason, it sent twice. So like, oh no. I don't know who this guy is either. I'm not going to act like I know who this guy is at all. I do not. I've never heard of this person. But he has a YouTube channel. Maybe I have heard of him. Hey, let's see. Let's see. Maybe I do have his maybe I follow him. Matt Morris TV. I guess that's him. Hey, check that out. Wow. Whoop. Take your financials off there, sir. Don't want to show that. But yeah, I guess that's him. I guess these are we are so back. Okay. It's funny. Everyone who hates Candace really loves the administration. Isn't that weird? I feel like there's no connection to that whatsoever, but it just seems odd to me. Let me see if I can roll through some of these videos. Massive update, regime collapse. These are the videos that I used to make. This is massive. Oh yeah. Trump just gutted the entire program. Oh yeah. Ah, man, I would love to just know really quick. I'm not gonna say anything, but I just wanna. Oh, I deleted that. Dang. I had a list of people who were apparently getting paid by United 24. I wanted to see if he was one of them because it looks like the same kind of schematics, but probably not. He's probably just all on the up and up and just has a lot of money. Elzman's has 1 million subscribers. I guess you got 1 million subscribers. You make that money, man. Someone says he does good lives. See what I mean? He does great live streams. See? So he's good live. He knows what he's doing. And he's just a solid guy who just has that money to give away. Right? I don't truly believe that, but that's what I'll say just for the sake of it. Right? Be charitable. Like to be charitable. So yeah, he does good work. Blake Neff just donated. No, he didn't. No. There's no way. It's just, don't believe that. People are just writing in names. Come on. No way Blake Neff donated. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Someone said, did I have a red hat? No. I always just black hats. I wear black hats. That's all I'm willing to do. Someone just posted. Someone just wrote Blake Neff $5. Well, he did say he would donate. He did write that. He says I would donate to that. So maybe it is him. I doubt it though. Come on. You can write whatever name you want. I don't even know if that Matt Morrison guy actually did it. No way. It's so funny. Someone should write Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson donating $5. Oh my God. Candace Owens, $5. That would be hilarious. Oh my gosh. Let me know if it happens. I don't want that to happen. Let me know if it does. Lance Twigs. Put an end to all of this once and for all. You can write a little note at the bottom. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's jump into some of these reactions. There are some people, Project Constitution being one of them. He says, exposed, Andrew Wilson doesn't have the 300K. He's crowdfunding it quietly and routing the money to Erica Kirk if the debate falls through. I thought that was completely fake. When I read that yesterday, I was like, oh, that's fake. But apparently that is what's happening, that if the debate doesn't happen, he'll donate it to Erica Kirk and her children. Andrew Wilson previously acted as if the money for Candace debate was already handled. Now he's running a give, send, go and asking his audience to cover up to $300,000. Well, the money was actually transferred. I think Project Constitution made this before he realized that the money was actually brought to Candace via, I don't know, escrow or whatever. However they did that, I doubt it was like a Venmo. I doubt they did a little Cash App. It's probably something more serious. Buried in the fine print is the real tell. If the debate does not take place, the funds raised will be redirected to benefit Charlie and Erica Kirk. And in other words, the same crowdfunding effort sold as high stakes debate pot becomes another vehicle to move money toward Erica Kirk if the event is canceled or never happens. That's interesting because if it doesn't happen, then a bunch of people just gave money to Erica Kirk. That would be crazy. That would be a lot of people would be pissed off. He can't do that. The debate's going to happen for sure because he can't risk that. That's too much. He can't make that hostage video and talk about all this stuff. And right now he is actually putting up on his Twitter. He's actually putting certain things that he is discussing and looking into and wants to bring up at the debate. And he's asking people to share it and to read it and to remember this thing and blah, blah, blah. He's not going to do all of that just to not make this debate happen. There's no way. His audience would be way too mad. His audience would be way too pissed. This raises an obvious question. Was the primary goal ever a genuine debate, or was it just creating another fundraising pipeline tied to Charlie Kirk's death? Project Constitution is funny, man. Update as per my source involved directly in the process. 300K has already been wired, is in escrow. So as odd as the clause is, it most likely is a roundabout way to say no refunds in the event that the debate does not happen. Yeah, that's 100% true. Nobody's getting any money back if the debate doesn't happen. You know, really, really wild. Really, really wild. So let's keep going. Let's keep going here through the reactions. The Crucible updates. This is his organization. They were just talking about the money being sent. Rogan offered neutral ground. Candace said no. It had to be at her house, her rules. I took all of her terms anyway. Someone has to take her to task. So I am, no matter what. Promises made, promises kept. That's what he says at the end, like he's running for president. Like he's running for president. He's like, promises made, promises kept. You know, just so silly. Such a silly, silly man. You know, Daisy steps in. Of course. Daisy steps in. She has something to say. This man has been relentlessly begging Candace Owens to debate him and using the 300K as a talking point to insinuate that because she hadn't agreed yet, she must be too inept to do so. Like many others, she had not heard of him or this offer until recently. She has since accepted the debate, and they've both ironed out the back end logistics. Now, 3 days before the debate, he drops this hostage ass video degrading her and her audience and pulls out a bunch of woe is me BS about a financial burden he signed himself up for. He also wants us to be aware of the future impact this debate will have on his mental and emotional health. Laney just said, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." Yeah, it's crazy. This is a concession, anticipatory is concession. Is this an anticipatory concession? Why is he standing in the shadows like Candace is the final boss? I have so many questions. I'm so confused. Oh my gosh. Daisy, ladies and gentlemen. That's so funny. That is so funny. You know? Crazy stuff. You know? Wild. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You have more people reacting to this whole thing. You know, Mel, of course, I cannot believe these psychopaths. They have all the power, all the money, all the influence on their side. And he's pretending to be David in this situation. Why is this freak pretending like the $300,000 was Candace's number and not his? That's true. You know? Oh, man. Somebody said, bro is acting like a hostage. My guy, you begged for this debate months ago. Now you're acting like the Romans threw you into the Colosseum with a butter knife. I did put this in my thumbnail. Shout out to that person. This is a great image. I did put that in. Like, Forbidden. I don't follow Forbidden. I feel like I should. That's yeah, it's so funny. So funny. Daisy already went in. Somebody else said, begs for Candace to debate him for months. Finally offers her $300K to debate. She tries to reach out privately to discuss terms. Terms are agreed behind the scenes. Candace only has 2 requests. Prefer not to fly 7 months pregnant. And for Andrew not to smoke around her. Andrews demands a larger party than her team. Candace politely declines as Joe Rogan moderator due to travel concerns with her pregnancy. Yeah, you're not supposed to be traveling like that, man. You're not supposed to be doing that. Not at all. You're not supposed to be flying and stuff like that. I know you can, but you're really not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be gallivanting around the country. Patrick Bet-David has been very critical. Andrew wakes up Tuesday with emotional woe is me post. Yeah, so many people. I publicly support this man and this cause. Please watch Metatron. I mean, just Dungeon and Dragon player again. Doesn't actually have the money. Wait. This guy makes an offer to Candace of $300,000 to debate, but doesn't actually have the money to pay for it. LOL. Restarred. Restarted. He's restarted. Yeah, just looking at the replies here. So many people going in on him. So many people. Some people are doing it multiple times. Yeah, this image is crazy. I got to save this image. I'm going to bookmark this. I got to save that image. That's going on a thumbnail. You know? Anyway, that was a lot of the reactions there. A lot of people think this is absolute nonsense, BS. A lot of people don't understand exactly why this debate is even happening. Some people don't even like the fact that it's happening, period. Point blank. They do not want anything to do with this. They don't want to hear about this. They don't want to see this. They think it's a distraction. And I actually understand those people quite a bit. I mean, it does seem like it is distracting her. Obviously, she's still getting to it. She's literally, it doesn't even seem like she's preparing for the debate because she's doing this show. She's obviously preparing for the show throughout the day. Then she does the show. Thursday, she won't be doing one. They're going to be testing out logistics, probably prepping a little bit there. But, you know, it's not really distracting her from talking about the things she has to talk about. But I guess you could make the case that it's distracting people. But, I mean, at the same time, it's like, is it? Or are people still talking about the case? Like, you know, Diligent Dennison, he's one of the guys who researches this stuff so much. Has he really slowed down? Has Barron really slowed down? Is it really distracting these people that much? Or is it just another thing that they're 100% used to and can handle? You know? Now, that's my argument to it. I always say, man, we live in an age nowadays where it's like, it's really hard to distract people. It's really, really hard to distract somebody to the point where they can't focus on a thing. Really hard to do that. So I'm all for it. Debates are gay, but you know, I like Candace, so I'll watch a debate. Yeah. I would make someone said I'm making too much sense. I mean, I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it from both sides when people talk about distraction but I have a good argument towards not being distracted. I mean, there are some of you that are listening to this right now and you're doing 3 other things. We're in an age where it's easy to get distracted, but it's also way easier to multitask, especially when it comes to information. Somebody said we should have a watch party. I might do that for the simple fact. Usually I don't like to do stuff like that because I'm like, these people are trying to make their money. They're live. They're on their platform. I'm like, we should be giving them the views. In this situation, everybody already got paid. I mean, Andrew has his give, send, go up, right? He's made his hostage video. How much money has the guy made so far? The debate hasn't even happened. Candace already made $300,000. Andrew's already made $49,000. I mean, I think we're good. I think everybody's getting their money. So I think I might just have to live stream that. I might have to do that. Bringing me back on another Friday, which I don't like. I don't like that. You know, I am trying to take that time for the kids, but you know, they'll be okay. They'll be okay. I was going to say something really funny, but I decided not to. Candace also said this, just reminding everyone that Andrew Wilson quite literally offered to debate me or Baron Coleman on our respective platforms for $300K. I literally accepted the offer. He also demanded that we negotiate the exact terms publicly. Joe Rogan offered to host us. Now, I will show you right now. They can learn a thing or two. They can learn a thing or two. Yeah, exactly. I will say right now that I will show you her text message to Joe Rogan as she did say no to Rogan. She said in transparency, interest of transparency, because if you're not on X, you're not going to see this. She might read this out today. But she said in the interest of transparency, when Joe Rogan offered to moderate the debate, which was after Andrew had finally agreed to the terms, here was my polite response back to Rogan. I remain grateful that Joe offered, but I stand by my reasoning for declining. She says right here, actually, I guess I should keep this big for you guys. Yeah, a little bigger there. And still a little bigger. Hey, Joe, Andrew was quite difficult to nail down on the terms for the debate, I would like to hold him to what he finally has agreed to without any more changes, because he's actually just a routine liar who wants to buy himself some time after months of fake internet bravado. He cares and knows nothing about the Charlie Kirk case, yet has been ankle biting for 4 months now over an issue that actually deeply matters to me. It's not every day you watch your friend get offed, and then you have to deal with a chain smoking loser who is challenging you over documents and incentives he's never even bothered to read. That's his face. As she's reading it, you wondered why it's back up. That's his face. As she's saying all that, he's reading all this like, oh, geez. Oh, God. That's his face right there as he's reading those messages. That is hilarious. Okay. What else does she have to say? Chain smoking loser. After lying about me on your show so brazenly, Andrew now has my attention. Were it any other person who I thought was being honest about their opinions, I would be grateful for the opportunity to jump on your platform and debate. But in this unique circumstance, I'd like to hold Andrew to his own express bravado this Friday on my podcast. So, just so you guys know, people have been asking, where's it going to be shown? It's going to be shown on Candace's YouTube channel. If Andrew has a cameraman there, I don't know if he'll be able to go live, but he's going to film it, and then I would assume he's going to put it on his YouTube channel as well. So we'll see about that. Because otherwise, why is he bringing a cameraman? I guess the camera gets it set up. I don't know. But happy warrior. Yeah, definitely, Lainey. I mean, just so funny. Just so funny. But that's what she said to Rogan. And, I think that's good. I think that's a solid response to Rogan. And honestly, I think it's kind of sus that he even stepped up. He just has shown that he has too much. I don't think Patrick Bet-David has even shown, as much as we talk about him and Adam and what that podcast has become. And it's sad because it seemed like it was going to be one of the greats. It seemed like they were really out for truth, and they kind of just had that BB interview, and it just kind of went all downhill from there. But, it seems like they don't have as much of a relationship with Andrew Wilson as Rogan does. For Rogan to have somebody on 2 times in 8 months, it shows that there's a relationship, and the guy's wife as well. It's just, it shows something there. So either they're friends or those were paid appearances. And from what I know, unless you have a lot of money, I don't know. I guess you could pay to be at the front of the line, because Rogan just gets a bunch of people applying to be on the show, and he looks and he just says, yeah, no. And then there's sometimes where he's like, I have to talk to this person, reach out to that person. And then if he doesn't have anybody like that, he just looks through the list and says, hey, okay, yeah, let's go with this person. So I don't know if you could pay. I couldn't imagine how much you'd have to pay if you wanted to pay to be on his show. I guess it would be a crazy amount of money. But also, Andrew has $300K to throw at a debate. So who knows? Someone said 6 months. Was it 6 months? Jeez, 6 months. That's Dave Smith territory. That's that agency guy that he has on all the time. Why wouldn't you? And also, you don't want to travel when you're pregnant. Like, you can't just be like, oh man, Rogan's going to do it. For Andrew, it's like, oh my gosh, Rogan's going to do it. It's perfect. Come on, let's do Rogan. For Candace, she's like, no. She's like, I beat his podcast multiple times for the #1 slot. And I've said it before, and I know it sounds crazy, but if you look at her podcast and his podcast, she's actually #1. The only difference is when Rogan goes on vacation, he batches a bunch of episodes. So if he goes on vacation, this has happened. He goes on vacation for 2 weeks in the Mediterranean on some crazy yacht. There's beautiful pictures of this yacht that he and his family are on. It's absolutely gorgeous in the Mediterranean. So he's gone for 2 weeks. He batches the episodes, so he puts out episodes the whole 2 weeks. When Candace goes on vacation, she's just like, bye, everybody. We'll see you later. And that's it. And then she just breathes fire all over X for that whole time. That's it. But if she decided to do what Rogan does, she would actually have higher numbers than Rogan. she does more views on YouTube, and they do take that into account now when it comes to podcasts. So you really got to think about that. Then just saying, you know. Anyway, let's Rogan finding islands with Ivanka. No, he's not. Leave him alone. He's with his family. Get out of here. He's no Howard Lutnick. Okay. Okay. Man of integrity ish. You know. Someone said Rogan's losing relevancy quick. You know what? It's bound to happen. I mean, Danny Jones is only going to get better. Julian's only going to get better. The guys who do the the interview stuff, they're only going to get better, and they're going to keep going. So there's going to be competition. Then you have Candace coming out and doing what she does, and this is like completely different. And eventually, honestly, you're going to see Barron up there. Barron's going to keep doing what he does, and it's going to get better and better and better. And it's going to get more known. I mean, that's just what happens, right? He was number one for the longest time because all the other podcasts sucked, and his was incredible. So, it's not that he's becoming unwatchable. It's just that you're finding more options now, Candace should have you, Ian, and Barron host the show on her vacation. Oh man, I don't know about me. I'd be so nervous because I wouldn't do a script. If they were like, oh, the teleprompter, I'd be like, yeah, no teleprompter this time, guys. I'm just gonna go and do it. What do you want to talk about? Oh man, that would be a lot. And then I'd read all the super chats. I read all of them, not just like a few. All of them. Let's go. Let's do this, guys. It'd be too much, Someone said JD is Julian's Rogan's replacement. Bro, I think really people don't realize Theo Von's coming. They keep talking about Julian. Julian's great. Theo Von is going to be the number one podcast. It's going to happen. As long as he keeps going, it's going to happen, man. Theo Von is that guy. A lot of people, I said this years ago, Theo Von is going to be the number one podcast in the world. It's coming. It's coming very soon. I'm telling you, he's incredible. The layers that he has, the people that he talks to, and then on top of that, he's like fearlessly saying whatever he wants. I'm telling you, man. It's going to be Theo eventually, And Julian will have his time for sure. Danny Jones will have his time for sure. But I think the next one who's going to be like number one time after time, it's going to be Theo. It's going to be Theo for sure. He just does such incredible interviews, But when he does it, it's going to be like real uncontrolled stuff. And with uncontrolled stuff comes, random things that you don't see coming. So, he has a lot of emotion. He has a lot of integrity. And he's like the everyman, but he's way smarter than people think. And he's hilarious. I mean, it's going to be Theo for sure. This is coming from someone who got a copyright strike from Theo. One of the only ones I've ever gotten was from Theo Von, hitting me with a copyright strike. And I didn't even use any of his footage. I still, you got to give it to the guy. He's incredible. Anyway, of course she said no to the largest platform. I thought she wanted to convince people Tyler Robinson was innocent. This is coming from, what is this, Crowder's guy? Oh, he's a CEO. Okay. He's a CEO of the podcast. Cool. Of the Crowder podcast. So he doesn't like that she said no. A lot of people don't like that she said no, but Theo's a Fed. Oh, shut up. Get out of here. You think everybody's a Fed. If you think Theo's a Fed, you think everybody's a Fed. Joe wants to moderate Candace Owens versus Andrew, but couldn't fly his rich self to a 7-month pregnant woman. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's Joe, man. He doesn't travel. If he didn't travel for a presidential candidate, he's not going to travel for Candace Owens. Like, come on, let's be real. Joe doesn't travel. Got to respect that. He has his own rules for how he does things too. He doesn't do that type of thing, and it's like, why would he travel to be a moderator? He's not even a good moderator, right? He's a good host. He's a good conversationalist. So it's like, why would he travel just to sit there? And, it's too much. This is This is a debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is not a big draw. It's not like it's a debate between Eric. It's not a debate between Candace Owens and JD Vance. Maybe then he might move. Candace Owens is running for president. It's a presidential thing. Then maybe he might move. He might. Someone said he went to the White House. Yeah, he did go to. Come on, it's different. It's different. Come on, it's different. Come on, don't do him like that. No, I know what you mean. You're right. But that wasn't to host anything. That was just to be like, he was just there. He was just there. Listen. Okay. He's friends with Peter Thiel. Okay. It's different. If the president needs you to be at the White House to smile and wear a collared shirt, you smile and you wear a collared shirt. It's the president. Come on. You got to scratch a back if you want your back scratched. You understand? Anyway. So funny. All right. Barron also said, I'm collecting names of people who challenged Candace Owens and actually came out better on the other side. Please list the names in the comments. Bueller. That's how old Barron is. Some people don't even know about Bueller. They're like, what's Bueller? Some people don't even know what Bueller is. Let me say right now, there was no need for what this guy just did. Again, Barron, I don't know what's going on. Daisy is rubbing off on Barron. That's what's happening. Someone said Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, Steven Crowder. They all came out on top. And then Barron's response was, Shapiro's views have cratered. Jeremy Boring got fired. And I don't even know if Steven Crowder still has a show. Why is Crowder catching a straight line? What did Crowder ever do to Barron? What's going on here? I don't even know if Crowder still has a show. Why did he say that? What did Crowder do to Barron? Daisy, what did Crowder do? Crowder didn't do nothing. He just caught that stray. Jeez. That is just wild. Oh my gosh. Come on. That is crazy. He caught that stray. Crowder's just sitting at home. He's just like, he just has one of those mugs. He has the mug club or whatever. He's just sitting there and just pew. Just a stray just came and just bang, knocked the mug out of his hand. He's like, what the heck? Crowder catching 30-odd 6 strays from Barron? What's going on here? Jeez, man. Yeah, it's so wild. Yeah. Someone's like, stop kissing Joe's ass. Oh man, you can't. I'm so sorry you can't. Gabby, is it? I'm so sorry you can't understand sarcasm. Oh man, dang, can't understand sarcasm. Jeez. And I don't know if we can get her a logic book from Barron. I don't know if that'll raise your IQ above 60. I don't know if it'll do it, Gabby. I hope that somehow, maybe Neuralink can bring your IQ above 60. You'll start understanding what sarcasm is, and you'll be able to be a part of the conversation with the rest of us. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Gabby. Oh man, I don't know what to do. There's nothing we can do, Gabby. I don't know. You'll just have to wait. First, look up the word sarcasm. I know you can't spell it. Just do voice to text. That's what I do. Just do voice to text in the Google. You'll read that. And that's the only way we can get you started. I'm so sorry, Gabby. Oh, Gabby. Hope you're okay. Can't understand sarcasm. Poor thing. Bless her heart. I'll tell you off like a Southern lady. Oh, bless your heart. Oh my gosh. Anyway. So funny, man. So funny. Anyway, Barron just letting somebody have it. Just a random person too. Barron's basically like a celebrity now. Just letting a random J-Mo have it. Look, J-Mo J-Mo's just a massage therapist, liar, personal trainer, liar, 81 followers. Just letting them have it. Jeez. That is wild. Anyways, guys. Daisy, thank you for sending me this. Daisy sent me this a while ago. This is pretty much how the debate is going to go between Candace and this is how the debate's going to go between Candace and Andrew Wilson.
Hard, Andrew.
This is so dumb. This is so ridiculous. Listen to this. Watch this.
You bailed on me 3 times, but now I'm here. And Andrew, how's it going, buddy? I'm glad you finally showed up. Andrew, can you hear my audio? You sure you want to debate me? Yes. You don't even know how to logically debate. I don't think it's that hard, Andrew. You don't know what an exordium is or the straw man fallacy. You're a popinjay, a buffoon, and frankly, your hubbub has created a hullabaloo. All right, Andrew, I knew you were going to do your bullshit. Let's just talk about the topic at hand. Let's begin. Did you collect money from your listeners? Yes. When I was doing the crowdfund, I still am. And do your listeners have dreams? Yes. My listeners have dreams. I think everybody has dreams. You provide for all of their dreams equally. That's not even possible to provide all. So no, not equally. All of their dreams? Every dream. That's ridiculous, Andrew. So you admit no. Oh. What?
Oh my God. The laugh is insane. That was insane. I've never seen this before. The laugh was insane. That was the most unhinged thing. It's so accurate. Wow. That was crazy.
What? So you admit it? Admit what? So you broke their dreams and stole their money. How do you come to that conclusion? No, I just told you that. Define campground. Campground. It's a ground that people camp on. Define camp. It's an activity. It could be a noun. It's a place where you have a dwelling. You had a stand-up comedy show on it. So then it's not a campground. It's a showground. A showground? No. Hold on. No, you can camp and you can also do filibuster. No, don't filibuster. No, but you're saying something. Don't you talk over me. No, I get to do a talk over me. I get to do a show. Your turn. I'll give you a campground could be used for many things. I'll give you your turn. You haven't even said anything yet. You will have a turn. Andrew, you will have a turn. Okay. I'm just trying to agree on terms before the debate even begins. It hasn't begun yet. Debate. Okay. When I'm debating you, you will know. You're such a piece of shit. It's like nothing you've ever experienced before. Oh, God. There is no escape for you. Oh. And it will be so intense. Intensely stupid. So.
Oh, my gosh. I love it.
What? So what does campground mean then? Let's define our terms. Campground is a ground you camp on. You can also sleep there. You can also have a show there. So if you are sleeping, which I have had reports that there was sleeping at a campground. I just said sleep. I literally just ground. I just used sleep as an example of something you can do on a campground. So yeah, you can sleep on a campground or you can do anything. Camping involves all kinds of activities. Are you even listening? No, yes, you can sleep on a campground. That's what a campground can also do. There's no such thing as you admit the donors have a right to be angry. Well,
what? I saw somebody write, "Is this fake?" Someone in the comments, "Is this fake?" Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys. I don't know who needs to hear this. This is not Andrew Wilson. It's Owen. It's Owen Benjamin. They're both Owen Benjamin. Oh my gosh. Excellent impression. Excellent impression, I have to say. Excellent impression. That is so funny. Somebody was like, "This is fake." This Oh my gosh. So funny. Wow. It's Owen Wilson. Yeah. It's Owen Benjamin versus Owen Wilson, you know? Just hilarious. But that's what Candace can expect. That's what Candace can expect. You know? If he keeps it to a point where he's not doing stuff like this, I'll be very impressed, I have to say. Because he does do this quite a bit. Like that part where he says, "Don't you speak over me." Oh, that's so him. He so does that. And then while someone's talking, he'll start talking, and then he'll be like, "I'll give you your turn. You will have your turn. You will have your turn. You will have your turn." You know? So funny. Oh, man. Daisy's like, "You have to see this." Holy jeez. I almost want to play the whole thing. He does this for 15 minutes. He does this for 15 minutes. Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering. So funny. So funny. Someone saying, "Is this fake?" I almost lost it when someone said, "This is fake." I almost lost. This is fake. This is not real, actually. There's no way this is real. I'm going to play this is a second one.
Admit that one of your donors had an idea on what the campground would be like, and it did not turn out exactly the way he or she wanted to. Yes, every person. You admit right now. What am I admitting? Right, and you will now apologize to my big fat wife. No. That big fat bitch is never.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Owen takes it too far. Takes it too far. It's too far. He didn't have to say all that. Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to do that? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Whew. Jeez. Shout out to Owen Benjamin, man. Shout out. You know, he has a lot to say. I see a second coming with him. I really would like to interview him and ask what that whole thing with him and Rogan was. Because I remember early in Rogan's podcast, I've been watching Rogan's podcast since the beginning. Like, I mean, the first episode came out and I maybe saw it a week late, and I watched it used to be on Ustream. You guys don't even know what Ustream is. It used to be on Ustream. You just have to like go to a place and see it. And then he would do other things too. He was like a vlogger. He was like a in real life vlogger where Brian Redband would follow him around after shows. He would do meet and greets. Joe used to shake everybody's hand after a show. Very respectable thing. Didn't make people pay. He would just chill and talk with the people who watched him do comedy. It was actually great. And Brian would follow him around and they would film everything they would do, and he'd talk with comedians. It was really cool. It was really, really cool. And yeah, I've been watching forever. But I remember early in the podcast, he would talk about Owen Benjamin going crazy. And I'd be like, I'm like, who is this Owen Benjamin guy? I remember looking into him. You look into Owen Benjamin, it's like, you look into his old stand-up and you're like, he's like a completely different guy. He's like, hey, so what's the deal with these peanuts? Like, he's like that kind of comedian. And then something happened. And, people said he went crazy, but, you watch him now and you're like, I don't know, the guy kind of became cool. Like, I don't know, like, why are people saying he's crazy? I don't know. Weird stuff. I would love to know what that was all about. Anyways, shout out to Owen Benjamin. What's going on, man? Let's kick it into Candace. Let's jump over here and play what she has to show. We've been talking about the debate. We've been talking about heights. We've been talking about all sorts of stuff. Let's actually touch these pictures that she showed us once again. Let's get into these pictures that she showed.
As he was about to descend down that.
Of course it's double speed. Of course it is. Yesterday I said I don't do that much, and somebody's like, you do this every episode. And I do. All right. And you caught me, Yeah, someone said Joey Diaz dosed him and he went nuts. Yeah, that's what he says. And Joe says that's a common thing. That's a thing that can happen to people. Oh, too many edibles. And I've been a smoker as long as Joe has. And, a partaker of all sorts of things. That doesn't happen normally. Okay? Doesn't happen normally. I myself, one time, actually, this has happened 2 times. One time, I thought I took an edible that was 5 milligrams and it was 50. And I was at work. I was working a show. I was doing camera work for a show. It was terrible. Another time, I thought I was taking something that was 10 milligrams and it was 500. And that wasn't the greatest experience, but I didn't go insane. I don't know. I've done a lot of things. I've been around people that have done a lot of things. You don't really see people go nuts like that. You don't really oh, this brain broke. I don't know about that. Because if you ask people about Candace right now, especially some people that are famous, they tell you that Candace is crazy. She doesn't seem crazy, right? They'll be like, oh, her brain broke. It doesn't really seem like that. It seems like after years of just, watching the whole spectrum of things, it seems like people just use being crazy or someone being crazy as a dismissive thing. We don't hang around that person anymore because they're crazy. Oh, we don't hang around that person anymore because they're nuts. I don't know. I would love to talk to them about it. Anyways, let's get into these pictures. These thick pictures, ladies and gentlemen. There's some thick pictures that we have to assess here, ladies and gentlemen.
Down that staircase onto campus. On the left is the uncompressed photo. On the right is what we were shown in the courtroom.
So look at that. So now this is uncompressed, right? A lot of people say that, I shouldn't say a lot of people, but on X, they keep on saying no, these are edited. These are edited photos. And she's maintaining that they've done nothing to these photos. They've done nothing to these stills at all. Candace is clearly getting these images from someone who is working in the courtroom. I don't know if it's Diligent Dennison is uncompressed. Yeah, some people are saying it's Diligent Dennison, which is really funny. That's really, really funny. But yeah, Candace maintains that nothing has been done to these photos at all. So she must be getting them from someone who's in the courtroom, works in the courtroom, something of that nature, perhaps even someone on the defense. I don't know. I have no idea. But it does, these pictures that she has, because this is her picture here, her pictures make way more sense than the other pictures. This picture makes sense when it's the only thing you have. But then when you see this, you go, oh, this is what's normal. This here is normal. This here just looks crazy. So not really sure. Let's hear what she has to say about it.
I am so sorry to everyone who's going to crash out right now. He looks a lot thicker. Can we pull that back up? Let's just observe. The person we are told is Tyler Robinson, looks a lot thicker.
It's a dump truck.
So who's playing with the footage? Who's playing with the photos? I would say the court, because they knew it was going to be public. Now, it could be their system. I shouldn't accuse them of intentionally doing it. It may just be some old court system and this is what they have to do and it has to get compressed. I don't know that. I'm not assigning any guilt to them, but I am saying that the compressed part is coming from the court. It is not coming from me. Please don't crash out on me, guys. Please. The evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did this, right? So why are you upset? You know, it is starting to get pretty weird, isn't it? Because the build of Tyler Robinson, the footage that was presented from the police precinct when he, quote unquote, turned himself in, which I've been telling you from the beginning, that is not what happened. He willingly agreed to go in. That's why when they even show, it looks like they gave him a soft drink. He's in a room that has a love seat. He agreed to willingly come in because they told him that he had no choice, which is exactly what Sheriff Brooksby shared, the truth. He was basically peer pressured into going in. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. But anyway, when they showed a snippet of that police precinct and Tyler Robinson inside of it, that footage was not a part of that campus sizzle reel. And it does not appear to be compressed, or at least it doesn't appear to be as compressed. It's definitely coming from, you can see the camera is up top, so it's going to make him look a little bit thinner. But even if you look at the side by side of this, take a look here. This is why they're angry.
This is so funny. Somebody here is saying, evildoer. Hey, change your name, man. Change your name. The court camera was recording a TV on an angle. There is nothing malicious about it. It wasn't compressed. It was simply recorded from a camera off a TV. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that the court was watching something recorded off of a screen and not the actual footage? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that would seem ridiculous. You know? I don't know. But you're an evildoer. You see, you really messed up with that name. We're a bunch of people who you believe in God and Christ, you know, like you suck with that name. That's your first mistake. You know, they were watching the TV. We were watching a recording of the TV. Okay. I don't know what to do for you, man. I don't know what to do for you. Are you talking about X and social media posts? Or are you talking about what the courtroom was actually watching? Because we're talking about what the courtroom was watching, man. Jeez. Good God. Someone has to explain that to you? Listen, I do the comedy show. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what to do with you, man. I don't know. I hope the comments are helping you out here as you're watching them all. This is crazy. Just so silly. You're just a silly boy. You're a silly boy. I assume you're a boy because there's no lady that would call herself evildoer. You're a silly boy, and you just need to get it together, man. Just get it together. I don't know what else to tell you. You know, you're thinking Candace is showing you something that's recorded off of a TV. That's what you're thinking. You're thinking she's showing something that's recorded from the courtroom. I don't know what to do with you, buddy. I don't know what to do with you, buddy. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, you're a silly boy. You're a silly boy. Okay. Get it together. Okay. Anyway.
Because people are going to go, you know, that person looks bigger. Why did you want us to think that person was thinner? Did you want us to think that person was thinner? I shouldn't assign, like I said, I shouldn't assign motive. But that's what people are thinking. But what do I know, you guys? I'm just one of those rare, crazy people who still believes her own eyes and her own ears. We're going out of fashion, I will say that. Anyway, give all of the Fed sloppers time to process their emotions. Please remember, everybody grieves differently. And it is hard to be exposed as an absolute shameless, immoral grifter who is rooting for a 22-year-old to be executed by the state without sufficient evidence, likely because someone's paying you to have that perspective. Speaking of which, you might imagine, as I did yesterday, that Turning Point USA execs and affiliates, you know, the stewards of Charlie's legacy, his best friends, I worked with him every day. Yeah, that's called a work colleague. The caretakers of what Charlie loved and didn't love, which seems so backward from the Charlie that we all knew publicly, basically the opposite of whatever Charlie said, you would assume.
Oh, this is where she's getting into Brandy. We already covered Brandy. Barron covered Brandy. I don't want to hear about this Brandy lady. She's getting lit up online right now. Absolutely lit up. Oh, people are saying that person was saying what Trigger Smart was saying. I mean, don't make me pull up the stick figure. I'm not. Don't make me pull up the stick figure again. You know, I'm not. Don't make me have to pull up the stick figure again. Okay, put some people in check here. Don't make me pull up that stick figure. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you know. I see some people saying some things here. Listen. Yeah. He sees somebody here wrote like Trigger Smart's good people. It seems like a good guy. You know, don't worry about Trigger Smart. He drew a stick figure. That's fine. You know, and he has his take on the whole thing. What Candace is showing you, that this is just me. What Candace is showing you is not something that was recorded off of a TV. Just saying. It's not something that was recorded off of a TV. Anyway, in a completely unrelated thing, because I don't know anything, completely unrelated thing, Baron Coleman says it's going to be really tough for them to cope if she drops video showing the video provided to the court was the one manipulated. What do I know? What does this Baron Coleman know? You know, I heard some people call him Baghdad Bob. You know. Anyway, that is what Baron has to say. I don't know what Baron knows, but geez, that would be rough. That would be a rough video for everybody. If they saw a full video of what we were just looking at, that would be rough. That would be a rough video for everybody to watch. That would be a very rough video for everybody to watch. If we all saw a video that looked like this of him doing things, that would be a very rough video. You know, I don't know. We'll see. You know, it's fun. But anyway, that was what she showed. Gentleman looks a little thicker. And obviously that is towards Lance, because that's what we were all saying about the other photo that she showed when it came to Lance, is that the person looked a little thicker. Then we were going back and forth from Lance actually at the, why can't I think of the word? You guys know the word, the gas station, where, you know, he looked a little brawny, didn't look so much twinkish. You know, that whole twinkish look that we were shown of Lance is really starting to wear off. I don't think Lance is as twinkish as people would have you believe. He's no Blake Neff, ladies and gentlemen. He is. He seems like maybe he just started working out. Maybe that's why. I don't know. But we were shown even this picture has him a little thicker. Like, and when I say thicker, when you see Tyler, I said this before, Tyler looks like he has shoulders that like go like that. Lance looks like he has shoulders. He just looks a little like he has a bigger frame than Tyler does, you know? But that's not even the thing I'm looking for. I'm actually trying to find him at the gas station. Oh, people are even doing it. But this can't be real. Is this real? I'll show you guys this real quick, just because I'm scouring a little bit. Someone said Lance. Daisy said Lance is tick. He's even in this picture here, you know, he's younger, but you know, like thick neck on the boy. You know what I mean? Thick neck on him. Looks like he could play football, you know? But then they're showing the picture of him at the courtroom. This has to be AI, though. Nobody had a picture this clear of him at the courtroom. I hate when people do this stuff. They'll take something that they see that's distorted and they're like, okay, let me just make the AI version. And then everybody thinks it's real. It's like, come on, man, don't do that. At least we know this picture's real. See, it doesn't, you know, it looks a little, you know, in between. But then you see this picture and you're like, oh gosh, guy's a little brawny at the gas station. It's all good. Someone said it looks like a mask. It looks like a mask because it's not real. It's AI. Man, when people do that, I'm telling you, people will think that that's a real picture for the longest time. They will think that is a legit picture, and they will bring it up over and over and over again. I had someone do that to me the other day, you know, because people know they can get in contact with me. The guy's like, take a look at this picture. I'm like, that's an AI picture, man. He's like, how do you know? I'm like, how do I know? Bro, I've been looking at this stuff for almost a year now. Like, I remember the day it came out. I remember the day that the AI picture came out. Okay, I can't find the gas station picture. Is it Lance Twiggs or Lance Twig? It is Lance Twiggs. That's why I can't find it. Come on, Colin. Get it together. You can't be a bad reader and a bad writer. Okay, buddy? Nah, I still can't find it. But, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about, where he's just a little thicker looking, you know, in the parking garage. So it makes you wonder. Oh, you sent me. Oh, okay. Oh, hold, please. Let me see here. Or I won't. Missed audio call. I'll send Lance. Which one was Tyler? Oh, this one. Okay, so that's Tyler. I'm not going to show you guys the DMs here. I know you can't see it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not going to show the DMs here. Daisy tried to call me. Audio call. Can't do that. I don't even know if people would hear it. I would love to do that. That'd be hilarious. Let me see here. Wow. You know what I just did? Wait, this one is Lance? No. What are you talking about? You're saying this is Lance? The video I sent is Tyler. So that video is Tyler? Let me see here. Where's Tyler? It's like 2 minutes. Where is he? Let me see here. Here, this video I can show you guys. I can show this to you guys. Just don't want to show any DMs here. Where do we see Tyler? Let me see here. Was he getting in there? Oh, wait. Was that him? No. That's not him. What are you talking about here? Show me. Oh, that's Lance. Let me tell you something. Let me see. I have to say, Daisy is a very trusted person because I just clicked the link from her and I didn't even think twice about it. I mean, that never happens. I had to catch myself. I was like, oh my God, you just clicked the link. What are you, crazy? I just clicked the link. Jeez. You got to think about that. See, this is the picture that we've all been presented time and time again. So it makes it seem like he's just this. You can't tell how long his hair is. He looks so thin and girly. And that's the picture that we all saw. But this boy's turned into a man. Thick old guy. I know I did click a link. Daisy caught me off guard. I've never done that before. Ever. That's never happened. My own researcher sends me stuff and I'm like, what is it? What? I'm like, what are you sending me? What is this? You see what I mean? Yeah, someone said, look at his eyes. You know what I mean? It's very, very weird. Very, very weird. So I don't know. He seems like a thicker boy. Right? And did he just put on that weight? Or was he like that when everything? Yeah, Lance looks hunky in that gas station. Said he looks hunky. Wow. And he has gray sweatpants on. Easy there, ladies. Easy, ladies. Relax. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Thank you so much, Daisy. I do appreciate it. Thank you for not for not hacking me when I click that link. You probably have the ability to do that. Thank you for not doing that. We do appreciate that on the show. Anyway, there he is. There he is. I don't know. It looks like a thicker guy. Definitely looks thicker than Tyler does. You can find up-to-date pictures of Tyler. He does not look like a thick guy. He looks like a skinny, narrow-shouldered guy. Sallow. Isn't that what Benny Johnson called him? Sallow. He looks like that kind of guy. Yeah, but whatever. Daisy's now in my computer. Oh man. Now if anything goes wrong with my computer, I'm gonna blame Daisy right away. I'm gonna have to. You guys know that. Yeah, it's okay. Anyways. Let's keep going here. Looking thick. And even that, hold on, before I even move on. Even that picture right there, let's make this bigger. Even this picture right here. Someone said gray sweatpants hot. Even that picture right there. Let me get him. Now, of course, he's wearing sweatpants, right? But if I switch back and forth, maybe not the stance, but just the leg size. It looks very similar to me. Could be. Listen, don't know. Because as far as we've been told, Lance was asleep. That's it. Someone said Lance is a turbo top. Oh my God. What is a don't even tell me what a turbo top is. I don't even want to know what a turbo top is. Don't. Someone said feet. You see what I mean? Like you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, can I zoom in on this? I can't. I probably can. I just don't know how. Someone said the shoes. Yeah, right? It's like, I don't know. It's very similar. Looks very, very similar. Yeah, nobody wants to know. Yeah, don't tell any of us. Don't tell any of us what a turbo top is, okay? Don't reveal that to us. We don't need to know. We don't need to know. It's enough. Officer Tatum exposed us to enough with prolapsed and fiber, and he exposed us to enough. Please. Yeah, it's just very interesting. Then we come over here. Diligent Dennison, always going deep into his work. He says, the more unedited images Candace Owens reveals, the more it looks like Lance Twiggs is the compromised asset who helped our government frame Tyler Robinson with the offing of Charlie Kirk, allegedly. When it all comes crashing down, what happens next? And he shows the shoes. This is what Diligent Dennison shows here. I will pause his video because I know it's gonna. Someone just said left-handed, right? Wait, no, you can't tell that in that picture. He's not holding anything. But even in this picture, as much as he looks like a funny guy with that weird thing on, and he looks like he has MK deep inside of his soul, looks like Mortal Kombat Ultra is just deep inside of his cranium, just right in the center, But even still, he looks like a thicker dude, just bigger shoulders. Just has that set. But if you look at the shoes here, this is what Diligent is pointing out. You look at those shoes there and you look at those shoes there, very similar. Very similar. You look at the stance even from there to there, very similar, very similar. Again, I can't say anything about Lance. I don't know anything about Lance, but I will say I did think he was some kind of asset the entire time, just for the fact that he didn't get arrested. They took him, they were protecting him. I heard witness protection very early on in the case. It was like, why would you protect a guy who's just sleeping? Yeah, someone just said he was sleeping, coach. Exactly. Shout out to you. You're watching from Kick, Jonathan. Shout out to you, man. The Kick audience is small audience. So is the Twitch audience, honestly. But we stay there nonetheless. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, look at that. Interesting. I just wonder. Someone said put him in a kennel. How dare you? How dare you? He's not actually a furry. I think that whole thing was made up. Benny Johnson was the first one that said it. Yeah. Now I'm suspect of that whole thing because I realized Benny Johnson was the first one who said it. Someone said I'm on Kick. Yeah. We're streaming on Kick right now, Twitch, and YouTube. We're streaming on all of them. And soon we'll be streaming on Facebook as well, I think. Just to check it out, see what it's like. Oh, no, that person who said that was on Twitch. This other person that just commented on Kick. Okay. Someone said, what am I? You're kick. You're kick, dog walker. You're on kick. Yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to bring that to you. I have no idea what else Candace is going to talk about today. I assume she is going to lock in on some debate stuff. I assume she's going to talk about the spazzing out, and I'm hoping that she shows more photos, or if we're lucky enough, an actual video of the whole thing. Yeah. Someone said no Rumble. No Rumble. No Rumble. I was talking with a big creator that you all know and love, and they were like, "Nah, I'm boycotting Rumble." And I was like, "Why?" They're like, "They don't pay anything." And I was like, if he's smart enough to do that, then I'm not posting on there either. Yeah. And big creator. You guys all know him. You guys all love him. He's a great guy. Fantastic guy. Incredible guy. His name is Officer Tatum. I was talking with Officer Tatum the other day. Anyway. Let's jump into, what else was I going to cover? Oh, let me just look at Candace really, really quick. I got all these other videos up here. Let me jump over to Candace real quick. What else did she mention? I guess she just went into that lady a little bit, that Brandy lady. You know, I kind of want to hear what she has to say about it. I'll hear a little bit of it. Let's play just a touch of it. Then we're gonna jump into to some new angle stuff when it comes to the Charlie Kirk case. And I'm just gonna, or the day of September 10th, there's a little bit of a new angle, but not the actual shot going off. And then we're gonna go into some funnier stuff, some really, really ridiculous stuff. Here, let's just check this out really, really quick. And you guys should be able to see it. Yeah, I almost pulled the bear. I almost did, but I didn't. Okay, so leave it at that.
Who killed Charlie Kirk, putting, or a digital assassin and putting my face on it? Who killed Charlie Kirk? There's only two people in that photo. It's Charlie Kirk and me. How is that not defamation per se? Oh. We know what they're doing, and we know who's behind it. And she publishes this piece. And just to give everybody a background on who she is, shortly after Charlie died, this journalist contacted me, and it made me physically sick because I knew exactly who she was, because she was so vicious and fundamentally dishonest. It was Charlie and I were very green. We were excited that somebody in the press, I think at the time she was working for NBC, wanted to do a piece on us. We invited her. I think we were out in California, went out to dinner with her, had a great day with her. And then she publishes a piece that was just the opposite of the experience we had with her. It was a wake-up call to like, oh, wow, journalists lie. Their job is to smear us. And she kept up doing that throughout the years. I have text messages. I'm so tired of having to tell people the truth about how Charlie Kirk felt about certain people. I have text messages with Don Trump Jr. regarding a different piece that Brandy was working on. I have text messages with Tyler Boyer. I have text messages with Charlie and me and Charlie Boyer about this woman. Charlie Kirk did not like this woman, okay? And so it boggles the mind to me that she would have any association at all with Turning Point USA. When she reached out to me, I basically barked at her. I literally, my reaction was not, oh, she must be working with Turning Point USA. It was like, obviously Turning Point USA would not work with this woman in the wake of Charlie's assassination. And lo and behold, I find out that they did work with her. Anyway, I'm just going to run a clip of her, what turned out to be a 45-minute episode of MSN Now, a series that they have, where she shared my response to her. I'm really proud of it. Take a listen.
I first met Candace Owens in 2018. Okay, so first, I really appreciate you taking this time. I know that this was by...
This response is wild. This response, I forgot about this. There was a reason I wanted to see this. This response is wild. I love this response.
In a Twitter battle. I'd come to Stanford University to see her speak with Charlie Kirk. Kirk was just 24 years old then. He'd worked social media on Trump's 2016 campaign and was back to building Turning Point USA, the group he'd started 4 years earlier to fight the left on college campuses and to recruit young Republicans.
If you're asking me, do I think the Black community has been crippled economically? The answer would be yes, it has been crippled economically by Democrat policies.
Kirk was crisscrossing the country, owning the libs, and building a digital enterprise on the back of his college debate tapes.
What have I ever said that's racist? Name one thing.
We've enabled people to
name one
about racism, and by enabling people and giving them a platform.
Like who? Like Candace Owens? Exactly. Oh, Candace Owens is a racist.
Kirk had just hired Candace, technically as Turning Point's Director of Urban Engagement, then promoted to Communications Manager. But really, she was a sidekick and everything Charlie wasn't. A woman, Black, and to Charlie and his roster of old white donors, comparatively cool.
Met Candace back in November, hired her 5 minutes after I met her, and as they say, the rest is the future.
Before we go any further, I should note that Candace declined to be interviewed for this video. When I asked, she sent a statement through her rep. She called me slimy and said it made her skin crawl that I would reach out in the wake of Charlie's assassination.
So proud.
And for the record, this
so
is a
proud of
weird
me.
thing to say, since this was the text Candace sent after that story published, and inconsistent with how Kirk spoke publicly about me.
And we've dealt with Brandy Zadrozny before in some stories. She's very smart, a relatively fair person, but she still has that, pepper in her insults.
But Candace runs on vibes, and for an audience with a very short memory and attention span, it seems to be working out.
She shows an out of context message of me thanking her for after, like, not including my family members when she was going after them and sending them emails. And then she shows Charlie not complimenting her, just saying she's relatively smart. I'd agree with that. She's relatively smart. We thought that she was a decent person when we sat down with her, and then saw that she peppered insults, and she kept this up throughout the years. So that was my response to her. And genuinely, when I sent the response, I was so grossed out that she reached out after he was assassinated, because I just knew the kind of pieces she would do on Charlie and how Charlie felt about her. Never in a million years did I think TPUSA would open the doors to this woman to assist with this piece. Like, never, especially if you even just look at just her history of what she published immediately in the aftermath of Charlie's death. This is just 6 days after Charlie died. To give you an idea of who this woman is. She published Charlie Kirk Trafficked in Conspiracy Theories. In death, he became the main character in the ultimate one spun by the White House. It's a tactic I imagine Kirk would have approved of. Snarky, mean, soulless, and he had just been publicly assassinated, and she thought that it was fine to publish that. And again, like I said, over the years, that was her entire vibe. This is what she published during the pandemic. Turning Point USA spent the pandemic flouting public health guidelines, sowing distrust in the election, and bringing the so-called culture wars around CRT and LGBTQ issues off campus and into the mainstream. And what did it get them? A boatload of money. So yeah, suffice to say that never in a million years when I penned that response to her, could I have fathomed that Erica Kirk, the dear widow, after Charlie's assassination would open the doors literally to Brandy, who Charlie could not stand. This is only made crazier by the fact that TPUSA is trying to convince audiences in this moment that Charlie was murdered by a radical leftist over transgendered issues. But guess what, you guys? Brandy is one of the biggest supporters of transgenderism. This is a real tweet from Brandy regarding trans issues. She wrote, "Spent weeks talking to doctors who treat trans kids, a vulnerable group of small people at ever more risk now as they're being targeted for cheap political points. Most of the reporting will never see the day because people are afraid. It makes me very sad." Oh, and just to really highlight the point here, even amongst people who support transgenderism, the majority of them draw the line at transitioning children, not Brandy.
Crazy. I have to say, I really just want to see that response again. I can't lie. She called me slimy. What a thing to have to say. He called me
They say the rest
slimy.
is the future.
Before we go any further, I should note that Candace declined to be interviewed for this video. When I asked, she sent a statement through her rep. She called
Charlie and I notoriously let you trail us for a day, and you were really kind, only for you to write a really nasty hit piece about us that in no way reflected our experience with you. It was an early lesson for us regarding the slimy character of mainstream news journalists. Thank you for that lesson. That said, especially in the wake of Charlie's passing, it makes my skin crawl that you would shamelessly reach out for anything. Oh my gosh. I love when people are just real, you know? I love when someone's famous and they're real. They're just like, I don't care. Yeah, I said that. So what? Look at her smile. She's smiling so nice. Such a wholesome smile. She's so happy. She's like, yeah, I remember when I said that. I do remember when I said that. I was at the kitchen table And, everybody was eating breakfast. And I felt really good sending that. I was really upset. I was really upset about what happened with Charlie. And that kind of brightened my day when I got to say that to you. I love it. I love it. So good. So good when you see stuff like that. Anyway, that's what I wanted to show there with that Brandy lady, weird Brandy lady. Yeah, Candace's honesty. I like that a lot. And you know what? Honestly, and it's not even like hating on Joe. I like that she said no to Joe Rogan. I like that she was like, no, I'm not. Listen, I haven't been on your show in years, and it'd be great to be on your show, but no, we have an agreement. We have something set up. And I'm not going to all of a sudden make this about you and, oh my God, I get to be on your show. No, it's going to be on my podcast. I love that. I love that. I love that amount of confidence. I love that amount of like sticking to, I'm sticking to this. I'm going to have this guy here. I'm going to have this moderator and we're going to handle this. I don't need it to be a big thing because Joe Rogan's handling it. It's a big thing because it happened to my friend and I want to handle this guy. I think that's so cool. I love that. So she called me slimy. Because he only intended to shoot. Yeah, no, that's not what it said. It's so funny. Somebody writes this in big letters. I don't even know if this is like a troll or not. Somebody says, apparently the defense in that filing said outright that Tyler shouldn't face death because he only intended to shoot Charlie Kirk. His lawyer said that their client shot Charlie. No, that's actually not what was said in the filing. That's nice. Good. That's actually not what was said. So, I don't know. We'll see. But like I said, Candace will be talking about it. She will be going through it in her episode today. I would think, what day is it today? I don't know if Daisy's here anymore. What day is it today? Wednesday. So with it being Wednesday, we should expect Baron. I would expect Baron's going to be going through that as well, discussing that whole thing. So you can get a real breakdown about it because that person literally didn't read it. They just wrote in all caps, making sure that it was in this chat, making sure that it was this chat to say it in big letters. So we all knew. First day of St. Michael's Lent. Yes, it is 100%. I did my prayer. I'm doing my fast. I think I'm just going to go. I don't know what you're supposed to do when it comes to St. Michael's Lent, but I'm going to do I don't know, probably 18 hours or something like that. But that's what I usually do. So I don't even know if that's anything. I usually fast for 16 hours, 18 hours. So we'll see. Anyway. Oh, Top Files. What up? Ali Top Files is here. Someone said Baron's going live at 2 p.m. today. There you go. So hopefully he talks about it a little bit, Someone said do some cold showers. Why? You got to do cold showers and stuff. I'm just doing it just because I want to, I feel like St. Michael has helped me, or at least shown me signs here and there quite a bit. So I want to see what that's like. What did this person say? Someone just said, Coach did a 10-minute. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad someone approves of the rant I did at the beginning. There's somebody approves of the rant I did at the beginning of the episode. It's so funny. Anyway, 2 p.m. God's time. Of course, it's Baron. Everybody knows that. It's going to be on God's time. We know. Anyway, let's keep going here. What else do we got? I don't know about this other angle. The only thing that stands out to me about this other angle, because I was telling you guys, I'm going to show you another angle here. And let me see here. only thing that really stands out to me is that you can see that there's more people filming. So where is their content? Right? I got to make this, it's not going to be as big, but I got to make it so I can see the whole thing. You know, there's one person that's right here, like this guy right here. Right here. Where is he? Where's his video? Right? I know who this guy is too. I don't know him, but I know this guy because there's a video of this guy running through the tunnel with his daughter, and his daughter is like very scared, and she's like, "What do we do? Like, what do we do, Dad?" And he's kind of like, has to be Dad. He has to act like he knows what to do, and he's like, just stay here, just stay down. And where's his video? Because he films the whole time. Where are all the videos? That's the only thing that, like, when I see the second angle, because I haven't looked into the footage in so long, but when I see the second angle, where is this person's footage? Who's filming? What's going on? Where are all the camera angles? Where is all of it? You have Chrissy right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Chrissy right here. She's an angel. Chrissy right here. She's an angel. She brings us mints. She brings us hats, you know? She brings us all sorts of stuff like that. It brings us all sorts of mints, you know? It was deleted according to an anecdotal report from people that attended. Yeah, a lot of people say that their stuff was deleted. I heard that as well. I didn't think much of it because I didn't see a lot of people coming forward talking about it. But, you know, no one, Ali Tafile says, no one has given their videos. They were told to delete it by the FBI. That's crazy. I've never heard anybody say that. If I hear somebody say that, that's insane. I mean, that should be damning. Obviously, it's not going to be, right? People are going to say, no, that's regular. It's regular for them to tell you to delete footage. Why did they take it? Did they look at it? No, they didn't take it and they didn't look at it, but you know, they just don't want you to have it. So they told everyone to delete it. But don't they need that footage? Yeah, they probably did, but they also just said delete it. Just get rid of it. Yeah, you got Frank Turk there without his hat on. You got Frank Turk there without the hat on. Right? Got all these little things here. You know, there's Frank Turk. There's Frankie T, yanking and banking. For those of you that know him fondly, we call him yankin' bankin'. Yankin' bankin' Franken. That's what people call him who really know him. But yeah, I just saw that angle. I just wanted to bring that up really quick. Anyway, let's get into some other stuff here. You know, someone said delete, just say no. Yeah, you could just be like, no, this is mine. You know, this is my footage. You can't tell me to delete it. Yes, I can. No, it's mine. It's on the cloud, and no, I'm not deleting it. You could easily do that, but I guess not. Yeah, I'm sure years from now somebody will come out with their other angle. Frank Pickleball glasses. Let's get into some actually important stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Here's something that's just massively important right now, okay? You know what I mean, guys? This is massively important right here. Do you guys know who this lady is? A lot of people are saying this lady's a robot, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people are saying this lady's a robot, okay? And I absolutely love when people start calling people robots. Oh, it's one of my favorite pastimes. It's a very rare, obscure pastime, but when I get a little bit of it, oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And the reason that they're saying this, lady, she's at the Resolute desk with the president, your president. Check this out.
I mean, I believe fundamentally that many vaccines are important. I said measles for is important if we wanted to take control of the measles outbreak. At the same time, we shouldn't be keeping kids out of school because they have made different decisions than other parents. Our European colleagues don't do that. A lot of the collapse in trust in public health has come because of these mandates that we've seen imposed during the Biden administration.
So basically, she's just hearing somebody talk and she's just shaking her head yes. And the internet was set ablaze. The internet was like, get this robot away from my president. They were like, get this robot out of the White House. How dare you? How dare you? Eggs are still expensive. Gas is crazy. Why are there robots in the White House? Oh, people got angry. Really angry about this lady being in the White House. Good gosh. Some people were like, is this a robot or a person? Serious question. Everybody.
Said measles, for instance.
Everybody was like, who is this lady? Why is she a robot? Why is she in the White House? Right? And it went deeper. It went deeper. People started really watching her and what she was doing, right? Do I have another image of this? They really started watching her and what she was doing. If you see here, this is absolutely incredible. Somebody's saying that somebody's saying the president is asleep. Okay, they're saying he's asleep right now. All right,
More than a year ago.
they're saying he's asleep, and now you got to watch her hand on her stomach, because eventually she presses her stomach. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is what theories are about. Dang it. When she presses her stomach, okay, the president wakes up. Okay, watch. She's gonna press her stomach. He wakes up. Dang, he does look sleepy. What's going on with him? He does look asleep. He's not, because he's the president. He's the greatest president the world's ever seen. Okay. But he does look very tired. Like, that's a very interesting look. You don't usually see him look like that. It's so funny. I love it. People are like, just watch. Look, he's just asleep. And then she just presses some robot zap collar that she has on the president. She presses her stomach and then he wakes up. People think it's a robot that has a thing that activates the president. I love it. I love that theory. Yes. Give me more of that theory. So many people are just coming out of nowhere. They're like, I've seen this mask somewhere before. I just can't put a finger on it. If you think the president is in control of anything, you are not paying attention. And listen, I can get behind that theory. I understand what they mean. This certainly does look like a robot. I mean, the robots are getting better and better, folks. They really are, you know? And I was saying before, I'm like, there's nothing more. Look, somebody really made this video. They're not playing around, man. They really think this happened to the president.
At the NIH.
What? Oh, because he looked down at her. There you go. There you go. The man's in charge. Someone said Alex Clark mask. Look, she presses her stomach, and then all of a sudden he activates. He's like, oh. Oh my gosh. You guys are hilarious. People are like, look at her. You know? Listen, it is very weird. Maybe you're nervous. Hey, listen. Maybe you're nervous. You're standing beside the president. For what reason? Nobody even knows. What on earth are you doing there? Listen, I haven't been following the roll call. I used to follow the roll call and just watch every single thing he had to do and who he was meeting with and everything. I haven't done it in a while, but what in the hell is she doing here? Who is she? Why is she there? Listen, let's say she's a person, okay? What's she doing there? Let's say she's a robot. What's she doing there? What are you doing there either way? Why are you standing next to the president? As Jay Bhattacharya explains things to him and to news cameras. What are you doing? It's the weirdest thing. Anyway, you know, I thought it was one of those, one of those robots, you know, because that would be such a President Trump thing to do. That would be the most President Trump thing to do. I'd like everyone to meet Melania 2.0. That's what I call her. Really nice. Looks just like Melania and does all the things that Melania won't do. Isn't that right, Melania 2.0? How's everyone doing today? I'm going to have her here in the office with me. You can touch her skin. She's warm. This is one of the best robots you've ever seen. Okay? Okay? And let me tell you something. That whole mess with the island could have been avoided if we just had a bunch of robots like her. I tell you, she's really something, you understand? Really, really nice. Melania 2.0, how are you today? I am good, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am just fine. Melania 2.0, absolutely crazy. This is crazy. There's been a lot of Melanias, right? Okay. The Melania that I have, I love her to death. She's over there somewhere. She's scowling at me. She's scowling all the time, scowling. But this one here, always nice, holds my hand when I want her to hold my hand. She's really good. She's really good. Comes equipped with a tongue. I won't tell you guys what that's for. I won't go into what that's for, but comes equipped with a tongue. All sorts of things here. And with this Melania 2.0, we will no longer need to depend on Jeffries. I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, I've kind of saved the world. Okay, all these sickos, and I know they exist, and they're sick, and they're on islands, and they're doing things. We're going to make millions of these robots. We're going to send them to those sickos, okay? So those sickos can do what they want, okay? Made by Elon. I have to thank Elon. We've had our differences, but Elon brought me this Melania 2.0, and I said, Elon, you got to make these for everyone. We got to do this for everyone, Elon. This is crazy. This is crazy. Pegs me when I want her to peg me. And I won't even tell you about that, okay? That's my private thing. That's my private stuff, okay? You'll have your private stuff with yours. But she does great stuff for me. She's been really, really good, okay? You know? Where is she? She actually said something. Where is she? I don't think I saved it. Ah, dang. There was an account that's supposed to be her. No one's ever seen her before, but all of a sudden she has an account. She's like, I'm just pregnant, you weirdos. And it's like, girl, are we weird? 'Cause I've seen pregnant ladies before. Listen, I have a lady here who's been pregnant a couple of times. You don't look the least bit pregnant. But hey, listen, if you are, whew, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. I would think that's like a gift. If you're like a lady that doesn't show, I would think you'd be like ecstatic about that. Yeah, you don't want to make sure the baby's all good and everything, but you'd be ecstatic. You'd be like, this is the best thing ever. You know? My buddy's wife, yeah. The show. It's like a whole bunch of baby, you know? Is it Trump's baby? And that's the greatest thing. This robot thinks it's pregnant all the time. I can't explain why that's a good thing. I'm not going to get into it. We're in the White House here. We're at the Resolute desk. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but the robot thinks it's a real person. This is crazy, guys. You have no idea. This is nuts. This robot, it thinks it's a real person, real thoughts, real memories. I mean, this is crazy stuff, guys. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of things. So I told Ivanka and Jared, you don't even have to buy that island with all those bunkers where no one can hear people scream. You don't even have to get one of those. We're just going to buy robots, okay? Every one of these billionaire sickos is going to have 5 of these robots inside of his house, on his plane, all the time, okay? I'm kind of saving the world here. The president just releases the robots to all the billionaires, and all of a sudden all the trafficking numbers just go down dramatically. I told you I would do it. Human trafficking down 94%. I told you these robots would work out real good, didn't I? You guys didn't believe me, huh? You have Trump to thank for this, okay? I told you guys this would work out real good. And now all of a sudden, Now all of a sudden, there's no trafficking in the world. Huh? Huh? You didn't think that would happen, did you? I told you I had big plans, okay? And next is gas. We're going to get the gas down. Don't worry about it. I just had to handle this first because it's really sick what these people are doing, okay? You know? Saves the entire world. Child, no more. All the children are safe. 800,000 children missing every year. All of a sudden, the numbers just go down to like 2. It's only 2 children missing the entire world. And it turns out one of them was in a tree. A firefighter brought her down. That's fine. Another one was on a boy. He fell in a well. They got him out. I saved the world. You have me to thank for this. Next, we'll tackle modern day slavery with more robots. I just created this robot. It looks like a black person. Believe you me, this is going to make a lot of these people in the modern day slave trade, it's going to make them calm down. Don't worry about this. This is the Hakeem 2000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hakeem 2000. He can do anything for any amount of time. Okay? We're going to solve modern day slavery. We're going to send them to Libya. We're going to send them to Pakistan, to India. We're going to solve these things, people. We're going to send them to China. Send them to China. We're going to send them to China. North Korea too. You know that guy. He likes what I do. I call him Rocket Man. I'm going to send him a bunch of Hakeem 2000s. And he's going to be fine. I'm going to liberate those people, Just solves everything. Just solves modern day slavery, solves trafficking. You thought I wouldn't do it. You saw me pulling out chairs for Bibi. You saw me bowing down to Miriam. You thought they had me beat. You thought they had your boy beat, didn't you? Didn't realize I'm gonna pull it out in the next few years. Don't even worry. I'm gonna be the best president you've ever seen. President Trump has achieved peace in the Middle East. I just sent out a bunch of Hakeem 3000s to the Middle East. Okay? And now all those people in the Middle East, they just hate the Hakeem 2000s. They stop fighting each other. They're just fighting the Hakeem 3000s. There's been no death in the past 12 months. Okay? This is a big thing. This is a big thing because you can blow up a Hakeem. You know how those people in Philadelphia, they like to blow people up with the limbs, and then you just put back together the Hakeem. He's fine. This has solved a lot. Just saves the entire world. The entire world over, just with his robot program. This was the real reason I needed AI. This was the real reason. I didn't want to tell anyone. I wanted it to be a surprise. Okay? Now, when you go to a billionaire's house, there's no baby oil because the fembots have a supply of baby oil already inside them. You just press a button. They're covered in baby oil. Comes out of their pores, okay? We done a great work here. You guys have no idea. And for all those billionaire sickos, we have these... we have these children robots. These are smaller robots. And I'm not going to tell you what the billionaires do with them, okay? And a trillionaire or two. Am I right, Elon? Huh? Am I right? I'm not going to tell you what they do with them, okay? But I'm just telling you, it's for your own good. We don't need to know what they do with these robots. They're robots, okay, guys? They're just buckets of bolts, okay? We're going to give you guys... Here's 19 children robots to the Emperor of Saudi Arabia, okay? No more. I'm not making any assumptions about any of you billionaire weirdos. I'm just sending children robots to your houses. That's it. Okay. If they need maintenance, you call Elon. You know, just the worst. It was a bad skit, you know. It went too long. It's fine though. I didn't think I'd get into all that. I didn't think all that would happen. I'm gonna pardon Diddy, but I'm gonna get under one stipulation, you have to have 19 robots. These robots are going to twerk and dance and do all the weird stuff you like to do. Okay, Diddy? I'm going to give you this pardon one time. I'm going to give you, how many robots do you need? Someone should get this guy 50 robots. Have you heard the stuff this guy did? He's a sick guy. Sick guy. We're going to give you 30. We're going to give you 50 robots, Diddy, okay? We give you 50 robots. You relax, okay? Leave real people alone. Okay? That's my new motto, ladies and gentlemen. Leave real people alone. I have a lot of robots for everybody. R. Kelly, we got a robot for you, okay? This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay? This robot is waterproof, R. Kelly. I'm not going to explain why your robot needs to be waterproof. But it's waterproof. Its face and its hair. You know what you did. You know what you did, you sick son of a. Here's your waterproof robot, okay? Leave real people alone. Leave real people alone, okay? You know. Oh my gosh. Just terrible. Just terrible, you know. Anyways, guys. Let's get to these coffees, these supers. Ended on a high note. Leave real people alone, you know? Oh my gosh. Anyway. We're sending Goy robots to BB. BB, you can blow these robots up. They put themselves back together. You can blow them up as many times as you need to. Go ahead, BB. That's enough. Just leave real people alone. We'll make them look like people from Gaza. Whatever you need, big guy, okay? Because this is getting a little out of control, okay? All right? Okay? You know. Anyway. President, friend of the show. He's always been a friend of the show. Yeah. Anyway, let's get into it. Goybot 3000. This is the Goybot 3000, BB. Okay, so the Goybot, we're going to release the Goybots throughout the city, okay, because the tourism is suffering, okay? So when people need to spit on someone, you spit on the Goybot, okay? This isn't a huge ask here, guys. They look just like regular people. You got to leave real people alone, okay? I'm just saying, these bots are the best. You can spit on them, whatever it is you guys do. They won't go to the wall. Okay, we'll have them walk around the neighborhoods. This is going to help your tourism, BB. It's going to make your tourism soar, I swear. You know? Just kidding. You know. Just joking. Just kidding around. Come on. That's not true. It'd be nice, though. It'd be nice to give it a try. You know? We have a video, ladies and gentlemen. I need to cut my nose hair again. Man, that's the one thing they don't tell you about getting old. Nobody ever says this. Some people tell you about your knees. You know? Some people say you'll get more tired, right? But nobody ever says, oh, man, you're just going to have to cut your nose hair all the time. And it's nowhere near here. And it's not like I can pull it out. So now I got nose hair bothering me the whole thing, you know? That's the first thing I got to do when I'm done. This is ridiculous. Joanne. I bring you the Goiba 3000 that was promised to you. It was promised to you. Here it is. Holy. Anyway. It's so good. Joanne, hi, coach. And that lady's not a robot. Okay. I know it's really hard to believe. She's not a robot. She's a real person. So she says. Someone's like, she's an influencer. Let me tell you something. You guys don't listen to marketing people, right? I listen to marketing people. I listen to business people, social media people, the people who are like futurists and stuff. The next thing that they're looking for, the next thing that they're trying to accomplish is who is going to be the first person to sell their likeness to a company so they can run AI ads. And not just that, who's going to be the first person to sell their likeness to a company so that person can be like an AI streamer. Like that's the next thing that they're all preparing for is AI influencers who are on Instagram, which already exists. There's one I think named Michaela. There's and she makes music, and there's one that has a record deal. I think there's one that has an acting deal. So the next thing is these AI influencers and these robotic influencers. That's a real thing that's on the way. In the next 5 years, you will see the first ones that go big and become relevant. So don't think it's crazy to think that, there's a robot standing next to the president. I mean, yeah, it's a real possibility. Anyways, Joanne, hi, coach, for bringing humor to so many heavy topics. Love your show. I heard you say you started the St. Michael's fast today. I started as well, and also struggle with gluttony. This morning, I deleted all the games from my phone. Total waste of time. But sugar is my biggest demon. I know I cannot control myself with sugar and have been avoiding the virtue of obedience and self-control due to my sinful attachment to it. I know what that's like. I am starting with the next 40 days of no sugar. That's great. My wife did a month recently. She did a month and she got through it. You can get through it. But she did that just because she was like, it's time. May God bless you on this journey He has you on. It sounds like He is really working in your life. Peace to you, coach. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And He is working. He is working overtime. I am some people say a work in progress. I'm like a tear down. You ever see a house and they're like, you just tear this one down, you just build a new one. I'm a tear down for God. God's like, I'll tear it down. We'll build up a new thing. Don't even worry about it. We're good. Nah, it would just cost too much to just rent it. Nah, we don't need to renovate it. We're just gonna tear it down. We're gonna build a new one. Don't worry, He's good. We'll build them back up. Yeah, you're gonna need more than just a couple new washrooms. No. We gotta redo the whole thing from the foundation. Someone said, "What is St. Michael's fast?" It's like it's just like a month. I think it's 40 days. You're just doing a lot of prayer, you're doing a lot of fasting, you're doing a lot of penance, and you're trying to move towards not sainthood, not being Christ, but moving towards being more Christ-like, being more saint-like. In Catholicism, you're called to be saint-like. So, and it's a Lent, you're giving things up. It's really cool. I've never done it before. My coach invited me to do it because he is a devout Catholic. So I was like, I'll check it out, because he just heard all the stuff that I had with Michael. And he's like, Michael might be your patron. Like, he might be the saint that is looking after you. He was just like putting that out there. He's like, you have a lot of stuff with Michael around you constantly. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And he's like, that's something. He's like, there's something there. So I was like, I'll give it a try. I'm interested. And I try things, like, why not? Beyond your sense of humor, I've learned so much from you and your show. Briefly promised it's worth the read. I've boasted about my grandfather my entire life and how proud I am. By the way, I'm 11th generation, or 11th, yeah, you're saying generation. Gigi co-founded New Haven Co. and the first school master of Hopkins Grammar School, which was feeding school to form Yale in the late 1600s, the Pecks. Anyway, my grandfather was a Knights of the Templar in Los Angeles and a 33-degree Mason. Whoa, that's crazy. But he was also in World War II in the Third Army. He was CIC and used during the Nuremberg trials. Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, that's a lot. Yeah, I have images he took during the war, during the retreat of the World War II bad guy, liberated and in trial, seeing all of the Masonic items, World War II items and photos and letters and war intel sincerely has my head spinning. Wow, he passed in 95, but the questions I'd have, my family has generational ties to Masons. I know a guy that has that same type of tie. If you ever want info or images of the relics, let me know. Yes, right now. To spice it up, my family was also on the Mormon. What are you talking about? Huge ties to the church and Masons and Mormons. Thank you for reading it this far and making me absolutely hoodwinked. Appreciate you and your daily amazing humor. That is crazy. You got a lot going on here. That is a lot. Yeah, show me those images. Show me all sorts of images. Why not? That's crazy. Having that type of connection to that stuff is interesting. Yeah, the questions you would have, man. I think of that all the time. You're lucky you have all that stuff. My dad had a bunch of, I don't know if it's war stuff, just, he's paratrooper, a bunch of stuff, paraphernalia, whatever you call it, memorabilia. I don't know. But someone came and stole it all. He passed away. And my brother was like, he's like, I want you to have this stuff. He's like, I'm going to make sure that you get all this stuff. And I was like, cool. And then someone stole it all. We have no idea who. My brother has his suspicions of who, but we don't know who did it. Someone took all the stuff. And he had an old school original type of Cadillac, those big boats. And he had the original tires, the original rims, which are really hard to come by. He still had them. And he had 4 kids. Well, he had more kids, but 4 of us that all know each other. And we were each supposed to get one, and someone stole those too. So, that's what happens. The only thing I have of his is his old ID and some cufflinks. I have some cufflinks of his, and that's it. So, and I have some records as well. There are records like right over there too. But I didn't need much. Coach, didn't UVU have a counseling team that spoke to the people on site right after the event and took their videos? Is that what happened? Jeez, really? Yeah. Someone said a tire for each kid. Yeah. An old school, this from his Cadillac. Like he had this old Cadillac and he got rid of it at some point, but he kept those old school tires. Like if you see what a Cadillac rim looks like the original, oh man, it looks so cool. So I was going to hang them on my wall. That's what I was going to do. I was going to hang one on my wall for sure. It'd probably be the thing behind me for sure. That's what I'd probably keep behind me. I don't know how I'd get it up there, but I would. That would be the thing I would keep there. Like in a tire that he actually drove around on. It would be cool. But whatever. What can you do? A counseling team. That's crazy. And they took their videos. I wonder how they did that. They were like, oh man, this is just too much. Oh, whoa, that's too sad. Oh God, delete that. Delete it. Hey, everybody, let's do for Charlie. Everybody hold up your phones. Okay, now find the video that you were taking. Everybody now click on that garbage can for Charlie. Click it again for Charlie. I think that's what they did. Someone said same thing happened to you. The same thing happened to you. Are we family? Are we brothers or sister? Huh? The exact same thing? Is your dad my dad? I'm kidding. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's pretty crazy. Well, we kind of know who did it, you know. We have a good idea of who did it. And we can't do anything to them because we're related to them. So we can't really do anything. Buster Boyd, hey coach, am I the only one who gets the weird vibe from Elizabeth Lane? Feels like she's being placed in front of us. My impression is she's not committed to principle. Feels more like she takes sides. I don't believe the truth cares about sides, and all the good faith actors bank on common sense and curiosity more than teams. Well, I talked about Elizabeth Lane when she first started popping up. I got a weird vibe when she first popped up. When she first and for me, I knew about her way before any of you guys knew about her. Because she followed me on Instagram, and I was like, oh, this is so weird. This person's following me on Instagram. Who is this person? And I saw she had all these interviews with all these like senators and politicians, and then later on, like a year or two later, I was like, she's interviewing Tucker Carlson. I'm like, she has no following. But then as you start seeing things, it's like the reason she, at least for me, I started learning the reason she has all these interviews is because she's like she's very pushy. As you can kind of tell when you hear her talk, she's very pushy. So she wants to get in front of, say, Dan Crenshaw, which she's actually interviewed Dan Crenshaw. She kind of pushes for it, and she pushes for it, and she pushes for it until she gets it. So that's what I've learned about her. And then there's a lot of people who will vouch for her. So, you know, my weird vibe of her wore off a while ago. So. But hey, you know, if you have your vibes, you have your vibes. You gotta go with that. But I don't know. She seems pretty solid. But again, you know, I always say this. Yeah, I say this with Ben Shapiro. You guys have heard me say this before. Rogan had that great thing that he said where like people can BS you in hour 1 of your podcast, hour 2, but hour 3 and 4 is where the real them will come out. The mask will slip. They will expose themselves. And I always say Ben Shapiro, you know, Benny Johnson, Officer Tatum, they're in hour 3 of their podcast. In terms of their career span, they're in hour 3. The mask is slipped and we can see what they actually are. And that's how it goes with some creators. You're going to have to watch for a while. If you've only known about me for a few months, you have to watch for a while. I know I'm not going to flip or anything like that, but you have to watch for a while and see what's going on. So same with her. It's like you get this vibe, but then you got to look at her and be like, who is this person? And what do they cover? And also what I learned through administrations, what happens when the administration switches? If you notice, when the president was running for president, a lot of things that Benny Johnson had to say made sense. When everybody was riled up about the election, a lot of stuff he had to say made sense. A lot of stuff during the Biden administration made sense. Because there were certain things that he was poking at and making fun of that I was agreeing with. So I was like, this guy makes sense. Then the other administration came in, the new administration, this administration. And then he seemed kind of different because I thought he was calling out the administration because of all of the wrong or things that were untruthful or just terrible for the country that they were doing. I didn't realize he was doing it just because it was that other administration. So I thought he was going to do the same thing if he saw something with this administration. He's not doing that. So for me, I'm like, I look at him differently now. You have to watch. How am I going to be when Candace becomes president? Am I going to become Benny Johnson and say everything she says is good? Or am I going to say, you know what? She shouldn't have done that. You know what? She said no wars and now we're at war. You know, she's tweeting at the president of China. She just called the president of China a punk. She's threatening to bomb China. Like, that's not what we all signed up for here. You know, She said she was going to be a dictator, but she was saying it in a joking context. And now all of a sudden she's actually being a dictator. This is kind of weird. Am I going to call that out, or am I going to just be like, she's great, guys? You know, you gotta watch them through administrations. I think that's a key thing when it comes to creators. Watch them through the administrations. If you look at Candace, this is a good example. Candace is like, well, I'm going to call out Biden. I think Biden's terrible. I think Biden's horrible. Yeah, I'm going to talk about his son. I'm going to talk about the laptop. I'm going to go at Kamala Harris when she runs for president. I think she's terrible. I do this whole series on her. Then it goes to the next administration. Does she just bow down to that administration, or does she go, nope, I think this administration's terrible? It's like that shows that there is something more than just her being on the left or the right that's at play. It shows that there's something in her that she follows. There is a moral compass that she is following. So you gotta really, you gotta watch consistency, congruency. Exactly. You have to really watch. So you may not feel that with Elizabeth now, but keep watching, and maybe all of a sudden it'll all click to you. So anyway, let's get to this video here.
Hi, Coach Colin. It is Amy with Marissa's Voice.
Hello.
I was working, fell off my balance ball twice, 2 times in a row, and injured my spine. So I'm going to have surgery. But first I have to have some highfalutin powered CT, and then a really high-powered MRI so they can see what exactly is wrong. Anyway,
wow.
I thank you very much for the prayers, and I thank our community for the prayers. Thank you. Bye.
Wow. Jeez. That is terrible. Very sorry to hear that. That is terrible. Jeez, I hope you're okay. I hope we can all pray that your surgery goes seamlessly. Your surgery goes seamlessly, and that you're given superhuman healing, throughout that whole thing, and just peace. Oh man, your back, your knees, man. Oh, they're just so important. It's just one of those things you just don't realize until it's like, then all of a sudden you realize, oh man, it's so important. It's so important. Jeez. Anyways, let's keep going here. Sorry to hear that. Amy. But you're doing all right. You're smiling through it. That's for sure. I'd be pissed if that was me. Yeah. I'm glad you're smiling through it. That's good. Jeez. Man, and just something just like that. You see, that's why I don't do, and I'm not saying you're doing dumb things. I'm not saying that about you. But often I see people do things that are just so unnecessary, and I'm just like, why are you doing that? Like when I see guys like they're like running off like a cliff and going to dive, and they're like doing like flips and stuff, and then like you see him like land straight on his face or straight on his back, and then all of a sudden he's in a thing, and you're like, why? Over jumping and doing a flip? Like, why are you doing that? Or something happens to somebody when they're skydiving. I'm like, you don't need to do it. You don't need to. When I see someone run a red light, I'm like, what? You're not going anywhere important, man. If you were really that important, the whole street would be blocked off for you, so you'd have a whole convoy. Why are you running the red light? What are you doing? Like, you have no idea what could happen. Someone said natural selection. Shut up. Natural selection. Man, I think about that all the time. It's just like, it's too much. It's too much, man. There's so many things that can just mess you up. That's why I don't speed. I don't run reds. I don't veer around. I don't do any of that. So I don't play around like that. I'm not doing that. My kid's in a bouncy castle. I'm not getting in the bouncy castle and trying to do a thing. Someone just said, oh my God. Lainey said, broke my back at a trampoline park. I won't do trampolines either. I feel like my knees will be fine, but I've seen people hyperextend their knee. No, that's done for me. Guess what? Kid's not getting a trampoline either. Nope. Can't have one. Have fun. You get stuffed animals. Like, I'm very cautious about that stuff, My brother says I get it from my dad. He's like, he heard me say that. I'm like, there's no need to speed or anything. He's like, that's exactly how dad was. I'm like, I'm going the speed limit. I'm not speeding for anybody. I'm not even gonna get into it. Man. It's just it's too much. Anyway, Owen Benjamin is 6'8". See, it's huge. Someone said, "Nice, you're scaring coach into not having fun, depriving his kids of fun." Nah, my kid doesn't need a trampoline. Doesn't need a trampoline. Nah, not necessary. You know. But I mean, at the same time, it's like my kid. As soon as my kid turns like 5, 6, jiu-jitsu, you're in there. You're in there, girl. Go ahead, learn how to choke somebody out. Learn how to choke someone out who's on top of you, who you don't want on top of you. Go ahead and learn that skill super early. Go ahead and learn how to break a boy's arm if he's doing something you don't like. Go ahead and learn that super early, girl. Go ahead. Have fun with that. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm sorry for my long coffee below. Oh yeah, I have a thing at 3. I completely forgot about that. I'm so sorry for my long coffee below this one, but it did get me. What, you have another one? Is that what you're saying? Let me see this. Oh my gosh, you do have another one. And this one's long too. It's your problem. Anyway, I'm just kidding. It did get me thinking that I can create a website / program for you that will take all the coffees that come through, and then you can select an accent that will read it out. Here, let me check something for you here right now. You said Canadian accent? Come on. You can get one that has a Canadian accent. There's different Canadian accents though. There's like Newfies. There's all sorts of different Canadian accents here. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see this. Because we got different voices here. Let me see. We got Andrew. We got my voices. Let's see. I got a whole bunch of voices I can use. Here, we're gonna make your voice today. Here, who do we got here? Who's this?
Let's take a look at how fractions work.
Okay, we got that person. All right, I got a bunch of
In
voices.
recent years,
Here, who we got?
stretching over
Look, we got a bunch of different voices. You crazy? Here,
a single drop of.
here. Let me just.
In recent years,
Here, which one should we use? We're gonna use.
Here's a curious bit.
Onyx. We're gonna use Onyx for the voice today. Here you go. You think I don't have different voices? What are you, nuts?
I'm sorry for my long coffee below in this one, but it did get me thinking that I can create a website program for you that will take all the coffees that you get come through, and then you can select an accent that will read it out for you in that accent. The coffee buyers can suggest an accent for you to select maybe, and then your website program will read the coffee out loud for you in that voice. British, Canadian, etc. Or even your voices like Mama or Jamaican Erica. You won't need to copy and paste anything, and it would just have a play, pause button for each coffee that comes through. Buttons for accent selection. The coffees can be in order and not last to first. Videos can come through there too. Literally thinking about how it could work as I write. Lol. I will give you full access from the get-go, and I wouldn't charge you anything.
Wow. All right, there you go. Let's see, we got different voices, but different accents. That would be cool. Me reading it like Officer Tatum would be incredible. That would just be incredible. You know, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. So that is something to consider. We'll consider that, Blue Lioness. And you have another one that's actually long, because that one wasn't long, apparently. Bevon says, keep cooking. Busy B says, what is it? I'm just going to say Owl commented that they hope Candace donates all the money to preborn. I think that is a great idea. Thanks for summing up all the latest, greatest info. I added the greatest part. Best wishes to you and your family. Yeah. I mean, that would be interesting. I didn't even think of that, honestly. I just thought of her just taking the money. She could donate it though. She could. And I'm sure that's the thing people will say she should do. I think when it comes to money, especially money, you should do whatever you want with it. Like, yeah. If you're like, hey, I'm keeping it, or if you want to just keep it in a box, it'd be really cool if she put it all into $20 bills, right? And then put it in a glass box and just had it in the background for the rest of her show, just as a reminder to anybody who has a problem, right? That would be really cool. I would like that. Scene. An intel guy bursts into Mr. Wachuka's office, severely out of breath. Mr. H, by the window, looking outside. Mr. H is by the window, looking outside, contemplatively. Intel guy. Sir, we have a problem. Mr. H, what now? Intel guy. It's Gary. Mr. Wachuka clenches his fist. What about Gary? Intel guy. We were wrong. He's not a Kandahar giant. Mr. Wachuka. What is he? Intel guy. He's spit it out. Intel guy. He's a Keebler elf. Mr. Wachuka crushes Rode microphone with his bare hands. Thank you for that scene. End scene. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my God. Hey, coach, following up on my message yesterday about my idea. I was vague at first because I didn't want it to seem like I was using your platform to promote anything. I genuinely wanted your opinion and feedback before putting it out there. But since you asked, here it goes. I'm so nervous. I will be trying not to throw up while I wait for you to read this. Are you getting nervous? You don't have to get nervous. You don't seem too nervous. You seem pretty comfortable with how much you wrote here. Watching you and Baron build such strong communities made me wish I could connect with listeners in my own area. I'm really shy, and sending DMs to unknown people just wasn't going to happen. So I built a website that connects people based on two things: the podcast they love and where they live. That is actually a very good idea. You should copyright this idea. I feel like I think so. I think you should. Just based on that, it sounds like a very good idea, actually. It's not a dating platform, just a way for listeners to find each other based on already established commonalities. That would be interesting. Like a listening party. George Webb used to do that at some bar. There'd be like a Candace listening party. It's like you guys get together based on the area. That would be smart. That'd be really smart. It could be like chapters, like Turning Point. You could have the Coach Colin Houston chapter and then the Coach Colin LA chapter. Since donations were discussed earlier, in full disclosure, a smaller motivation behind creating the site was the potential for supplemental income. Yeah, isn't everything? It's fine. No, you shouldn't be upset about that. I mean, why not? The struggle is real right now, and one has to be creative these days to survive. I am praying it would be successful enough for people to find value, enough value for it to eventually join and build their own clan. Oh, geez. I'm deciding how to approach this, but would love your input. In anticipation of you asking what the site is Cast Clan. Oh, there's a lot of jokes there. Check it out and let me know. Anyone, since it's out there now, can contact me here. That is castclan.com through the website. Phew, that's it. Gonna take a Zanny now. Jeez. Stop buying Zannies. That is an interesting idea. Very interesting. Just based on podcasts. Because what the site would be, oh, sorry, honey. I missed that message. The site would just be based on podcasts. That would make the most sense. Just basing it solely on podcast. Matt Morris, high IQ, donated twice at exactly the same time, inadvertently, I'm sure, since it was 15,000 twice. Duh. Plausible. They're probably all just Turning Point USA. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You know? Maybe it's just Andrew. Maybe he's just really popular. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Could be just super, super popular. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to keep watching to see the donations. Coach, I finally made it to a live. Your podcast is the premium show, so I usually start to watch your stream on the big screen when I get home. But today, after finding out who is the mod for the debate, I told my staff to go home early so I could get home early myself to watch you. What? Are you serious? I know a lot of people tell you how much you get them through the day, but Coach, you get me through my life. Thank you so much. I know you are saying in your head right now, that's nice, but she doesn't really mean it. If you never believe another viewer telling you this, hear me now, sir. You are awesome. I am going through the hardest time of my life at the moment, and I've been through some stuff, but this year is kicking my butt. And no matter how hard it is, no matter how hard it gets and how low I go, Mr. Colin still makes me laugh. Thank you so much. I don't have faith. I have tried my whole life and just found the worst of the worst pretenders. I wish I had faith like you, Candace, and so many more. I just feel like I am one of the pretenders. I don't believe, but I'm pretending to by going to church, reading the Bible, etc. Anyway, maybe one day he will hear my cry and let me know him. You talk about all these things over the years, especially in the last few days, that God is pointing you where you need to be. But how do you know it's God and not the bad one? Does it feel different? P.S. This is a gospel song. I feel like you need to hear this time in your life the challenges you're going through. It is powerful, and I hope you find the time to listen to it. Bless Me Like That by the channel May the Lord Studio. I've never heard of that. May the Lord Studio. Yeah, when it comes to faith, I don't know. Candace talked about that too. Candace talked about feeling like a pretender when it came to Mother Mary. If you watched her Catholics for Catholics talk, she was talking about how she just wasn't feeling it. She just wasn't feeling it. If you listen to that might provide some insight. But also, when it comes to that type of thing, finding faith. First of all, how do you know where it's coming from? That's part of faith. You don't get to have this specific angel or Jesus himself come down, show himself and say, hey, what's up? It's me. And then he shoots back up into the sky. That doesn't happen. You pray and you ask for things, and then those things start happening, or things start happening for you, so those things can come into fruition, right? And then you ask for those bad things to be casted away. That's how you really know. It's not like you're staying open to the devil and you're staying open to God. You're staying open to God only, and you're asking him to remove things that are of the devil. That's how that part works. In my mind, that's how that part works. Someone else might have a different way of viewing that, but yeah, it's that's how I do that last part. So if you feel like a pretender, you should be asking God. You're saying one day maybe you'll hear my cry, but have you actually spoken to him? That is a key thing to do, is to actually speak to him and to actually ask for signs. And then when you get because this is the nonsense that you're putting out here right now. Because then when you get a sign, you'll be like, well, how do I know it's actually you? So you're going to ask for a sign. You're going to ask for some kind of sign. And then you're going to be like, well, I don't know. It's like, well, then you have no faith. You need to step into faith. Like, that's how that works. You have to step into faith. So, you have to have real faith and ask to be seen, You have to ask, please reveal yourself to me. Touch my heart, my mind, and my soul. That's what I used to say for me and my wife. Now I say it for me, my wife, and my children. But I used to say, touch my heart, my mind, and my soul, please. And then I would say for God to touch my wife's heart, her mind, and her soul, because she had never been to a church. And me too. But I started before her. And then one day, you know, it's not like she knew I was praying and she didn't know what I was praying about. And then one day she's like, I want to come to church. And now she goes to church every Sunday. So you have to pray and you have to watch, you know. But also I guess I was lucky. I've had like my first prayer experience. I was like, God, you know, please bring me better people who aren't like doing drugs and stuff. Please bring better people into my life. I need people who are better influences. And then literally less than 24 hours later, some guy I've never talked to before was like, hey, I'm in a Christian men's group. Do you want to join? Like, it was just like, I was like, okay, well, that's that for me. I was like, obviously, God, obviously that's real. I was like, that's it for me. Thank you very much. I caught that one. You know, so for me, it was like undeniable. And as you open yourself up more and more, it becomes undeniable. But again, with that nonsense that you're saying about, you know, how do you know it's not the bad one? That's going to keep you closed off. That's going to keep you closed off forever. So you have to get rid of that mentality, right? I asked for good health and to be brought closer to God, and then I got a clean bill of health from my doctor, and somebody invited me to church. But how do I know it's not Satan? It's like you got to kind of, you know, you gotta have some kind of faith there. So, and that's hard. It's hard for everybody. Everybody's different. Did y'all see that Dane Cook shouted out Candace after she talked about the B&E skit? He also is calling out Andrew Wilson for being a bit really. I didn't hear him call out Andrew Wilson, but he tweeted B&E. He just tweeted that. So he was like letting Candace know that he saw the show. And then and then she was like, this is making me so happy right now. Yeah, I did see that. I didn't see him calling out Andrew though. That is something else. That is something else. So I got to go find that. I haven't seen that yet. Maria. I always think of Maria, that song. Maria, Maria. You ever heard that song? Your love and he's selling. Anyway, hey coach, me again. I bought a coffee yesterday to bring up the fact that Victor Marx sounds totally like John C. Reilly's character, Dr. Brule. Forgive me, but I want to drive this point home at least up to its cul-de-sac. Is that what you're saying? And hopes Victor Marx will eventually catch wind of it and be humiliated. I linked a YouTube video for us to have a quick listen, if you will. You have no idea how much this has been bothering me, and no one has pointed this out. I'll buy you all the coffees it takes. Actually, no, I can't afford that. Mucho amor de Taranto. Is that how you say that? For I read that like it was a different language and it just says Toronto. Okay. I read that like it was a Spanish word. Oh man. Anyway, 4 rules for living on your lonesome with Dr. Brule. I don't know who Dr. Brule is. I'm not clicking your link. That's for sure. That's just not happening. But let's see here. Let's see if I recognize this character. You know? Oh, that guy? Sounds like him? I don't fully think so. I know what this guy sounds like. This guy sounds a little more goofy, but I know what you mean. Like in a universe, they would be related. In a different universe, they'd be like related. They'd be like brothers. Yeah. Or you know, he'd be like Victor's uncle or something. Anna, Just letting you know, I look forward to your lives every day. They help me bring some humor to my workday while also getting me caught up on the latest Shill Team 6 shenanigans. I try not to be in the cesspool that is X. So I love how you tread through that for us. Thank you. No problem. No problem. It's rough though, especially when some people are attacking you. It's like, oh gosh. I always try to get away from that. You know, some guy tried to, he's like one of the Candace haters. He like tried to like tag me in a thing. I'm like, no, I'm okay. Thank you. Thanks so much, buddy. Really not interested, actually. You know? On Barron's show the other day, he mentioned it was weird that Charlie Kirk's new assistant, Nate, made a post about the tea community and mass pew-pews on 8/28/25. And it was weird because all of the other posts were about sports. I thought it wasn't weird. Oh, there had been a pew-pew the day before, but now I've had this idea rattling around that I can't shake. What if the increase in the tea community pew leading up to September 10th was meant to give us someone to blame? I remember Barron said he looked at the pewers on Google Trends. Wow, you're right. Wow, you're right. You're right. Oh man, I have to go soon. I can't go. Oh yeah. What? I don't even know what to write down. Nate, tweet Barron show. Oh man, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Oh man. And then maroon shirts. That's what we'll write. Maroon shirts. I will talk about that tomorrow for sure. Yeah, you're right. He deleted the post. We'll find it. You are right, Queens. Good for you. In Live with Valhalla, Elizabeth Lane brought up your skit when you read the emails so you received from UK. Skit when you read. Oh, when I was talking about how great Ukraine is when I first read it. When you read the emails you received for Ukraine, they were laughing so hard. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. My husband is 6'7". All those dumb jokes that just came along with that recently. Anyways, the 6'7" thing. Every time he sees another really tall man or a man his size, he always says, "Hey man, nice to be normal." And they both nod their heads in agreement. Yeah, right? To look at each other in the eyes, not be absolutely huge. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that, you know? That's what Gary does with ladies. I think you would be misunderstood. I think you misunderstood Lance not being thrown under the bus yesterday. Oh man, it's so hard for me to remember what took place in like a sentence. I talk for like 5 hours. You'd have to jog my memory. How much you got here? Okay. Let me see. So once it was clear as the new day's sun that you moved your dog bed into Tyler's room, you have no actual alibi, kind of like Erica Kirk amongst others. I mean, seriously, what kind of alibi was sleeping until 12:30 or 1 that day? No one fact checks, gets a second confirmation. I don't know, even prove it, but how do you even prove that? Yeah. But they're just supposed to take his word for it that it was Tyler instead. Yeah. Honestly, this story gets dumber and dumber each day, especially when the influencers keep on with their stupidity that only a smooth brain with a bouncy skull comprehends. I've never heard the bouncy skull part. I've heard smooth brain before. They should have admitted it was Lance working with others, but they just kept doubling down. Gary being small, no wonder he's so volatile, trying to be a bully. He tries to bully his way with women, go after being a keyboard warrior. all these baby-sized men always being disrespectful. I've got a feeling broke smoke Andrew Wilson is a baby size too. I think Andrew's normal. I can't tell anymore. Forget about it. I thought Ian Carroll was normal size. He's huge. I don't know what's what. I can't tell anymore. You know? I have no idea. Everybody looks normal, but I guess everybody's sitting down too, right? Like who's walking around? You know? Anyway. Who's walking around right now? Anyway. It's so funny. I was reading a thing, Jay Yapper. He was surprised that people didn't like a thing that he said. And it's like, buddy, you're making videos. Like that's how that's gonna go. People are just gonna not like things you say. And sometimes they will. Like that's just how it works. that's how it works. It just it's gonna be like that. You build a platform, you say a thing, they're gonna like it or they're not gonna like it. It's just unavoidable. You can't mess with it. So he's like so shocked. He's like, people are calling me this and that. It's like, yeah, man, that's what they're gonna do, bro. They're gonna call you things. What do you think? And you're on X? That's mistake number one. Let me tell you something. If you're ever trying to build a following on YouTube, just stick to YouTube. Keep making things on YouTube. Believe you me. Because if you're ever over the target, they're just gonna the attacks on X are just gonna spill over to YouTube. They're gonna report your stuff. They're gonna try and bring down your channel. So just stay on YouTube. Don't do anything over on X until you're big enough that they can't do anything. You know. So anyway. I should be doing class. I should be doing classes for you guys, you know. Anyway, come on, Gary being small, blah 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 blah. Let me see here. I was just looking to see Andrew is spouting off. It's so weird how much he's spouting off after securing the debate. Like, shouldn't you just be focusing on the debate and that's it? Shouldn't that be the only thing happening? Like, why are you focusing on now going on X? And it's so weird the way that they feel like the public needs to agree with them on anything. Like the public needs to agree. It's just weird. So weird to me. Coach, huge fan. I have a guess on who the moderator will be. Oh, yeah, Judge Joe Brown. You were close. You were very, very close. Tuned in late to find the Kandahar Giant actually in the Lollipop Guild. Oh yeah, the Lollipop. I forgot about that. Hey, Coach. Glad to catch a live today. Every morning I'm wrestling with Charlie's exit. At the end of this, it won't bring him back, and that kills me. Then the realization that if he hadn't been offed, I would still be stuck in the Matrix. In the last year, the entire world has come down on top of my head like Chicken Little. Keep doing what you're doing. Also, hearing lots of back pain stuff in the comments. I'm 35 with arthritis in my lumbar, degenerative disc disease, and I'm all twisted up. Nothing works except expensive stuff. Anyways, have a wonderful Wednesday. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That is rough. It's so rough to hear that. Your back, so important. So important. Your back, your neck. You just don't realize. Like I woke up with my neck hurting. I was like, oh, this is terrible. I was like, it just wasn't like this before I went to sleep, and now it's like this. And it's like, how long? You know? As a former 3-time Trump voter, never voting again, it cracks me up when Trump said no one has crossed the border illegally in 6 months. Meanwhile, my coworker was deported and came back to work less than 48 hours later. That is crazy. That is crazy. Why are you snitching on your coworker? Hey, leave him alone. This guy's like, my coworker actually, and I work at 555 Downtown Road, and I'm just kind of wondering how he got back so quick after he got deported. His name is Sanchez. Says his name is Jose Sanchez, and he came back less than 48 hours ago. It's very weird. Number you can contact us at is 555-5555. Please let us know. It's okay, though. He'll be okay. And yeah, people are getting over. It's really hard to be like no one's getting over. I think the caveat to that is no one's getting over the way that they were. So there's no caravans of thousands of people walking over. But I mean, the cartels smuggling people in, that's not going to stop. You're not going to be able to stop that. You know how much money they make? They make so much money. And there's probably so many people cut in because the border's massive. So it's like, oh, maybe a guy at Eagleton's like, I'll never work with those people. But there's a guy somewhere else that will. Like, what are we talking about? It's crazy. There's so much. They can't stop that. That's a crazy business. Billions of dollars. You gonna stop billions of dollars? I mean, you work at the border, someone offers you $1 million. $1 million a year. Just let us bring in whoever we need to bring in. I mean, no one's gonna say. You think no one's gonna say even half, even $200,000, even $100,000 for a year on top of your salary? Come on, man. There's a lot of people that are gonna let that go. Sadly, right? Don't think Andrew Wilson is coming to this interview with good intentions. Fear for Candace Owens and praying he backs out. Honestly, it would be good if he back. Oh, look, this person's named Rachel. Are you his wife, Rachel? Rachel, what are you doing? Quit praying that your husband backs out. No. I know what you mean. It's definitely not with good intentions. There's definitely something behind it. But I mean, what can you do? Candace is going to do what Candace wants to do. She's not going to all of a sudden just stop and because then, people start, I don't know. There's a lot to it because it's like, you don't have to care about what people think. So she could just say, no, I don't want to do it. No one cared. No one in her audience was like, she should be debating him. No one. Everybody was like, who cares? Keep on doing the investigation. We're here to help. And that's it. So it's like, you don't have to care about what people think. You definitely don't have to care about what Andrew thinks. He won't even be claimed by Turning Point. I mean, it's just, I don't know. But it's like, when she handles business, it's going to look good. I don't know. Maybe it'll inspire more people to come out of the woodwork. Maybe people on the Turning Point side. Maybe it'll inspire them to come out of the woodwork and want to actually defend what they're saying or maybe answer some questions. Who knows? Kandahar is pygmy giant. It all makes sense. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I was so shocked by that. Laughing so hard. Someone came into my office to check on me. That's great. That is so great. As a redhead, I could attest that every freckle is a soul we've harvested. I knew it. Yeah. Also, every redhead is black. Every ginger person is black. You ever heard that? That's a real thing. Look it up. Look it up right now. Go Google it. You'll see a video on it. I just woke up and turned on Coach before grabbing my laptop and clocking in. It's that important. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Empress, thank you very much. Daisy saying he's compressed. So funny. Can you please host a watch party for the debate? I might do that. Like I said, everybody's getting paid. So I'm like, everybody's already making that money. We might as well just jump in and watch. Kandahar Midget, friend of the show, Fairy Meltdown plays one of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. Gary Baggins. Gerbo Baggins. I like that. Gerbo Baggins. That's cute. The schnizzleberry. The schnizzberries taste like schnizzberries. Andrew Wilson as Willy Wonka. Go ahead and lick the schnizzberries. They taste just like schniz. Yep. Go ahead, you schniz licker. You like that? Yeah. Try strawberry too. Yep. There you go. There you have it. You having a good time, kid? Yeah. That'd be fun. Gary and Viva are the ginger version of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito in the 1988 buddy film Twins. I used to have Twins on VHS. That's a great movie. They don't make movies like that anymore. Ginger George and Lenny from Mice and Men. Oh my gosh. I don't know what that is. Wait, Mice and Men. Wait, yeah, I do know what that is, actually. I'm pretty sure. Here, come on. Click on the thing. Come on. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Jay. Okay. Jay, I watch your show at work because your hilarity makes my day go by fast. Heard something familiar Monday. My Baron super about forgiveness and prayer. Thank you so much for all you do to find truth about Charlie Kirk. God bless you always. Thank you so much. Are you saying at the beginning that you're Jay or am I Jay? I'm 5 foot. Feels like a giant to me. Well, there you go. There you know, see, there's the silver lining. There's the silver lining. The crowd wants to know if Julian is a short king. Julian? Dory? Dory? Yeah. Dory? No. I don't know. I can't tell. I cannot tell. Like, I want to say no because it just seems like he's not. But what do I know? You know? New bit, JOF and HDC stand by Candace Owens, arms crossed on Friday. That is so many. That's just so many acronyms that I don't even know. I will agree because, you know, you are a friend of the show. You'll never steer me wrong, but still. When Gary served, they had to give him a small child's Halloween cowboy outfit since normal gear was too large for him. Yeah, but you know what? He still served, right? How about that? Huh? How about that? He still served. You got to thank him. I love short kings, tall kings, but the what is this? What is that? Pompers in between can get lost. I think this is more like Gary isn't giving big D energy. That's independent. I'm glad you have your wants, your likes, so your preferences so laid out properly. Seems all the guys of the Philadelphia are short. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? It really does. Okay, I got a few minutes. I got to get going. Let's keep going here. Geez, there are a lot. Every path he guides us on is, what is this? Fragrant? Oh, fragrant. With his loving kindness and his truth. Psalm 25:10. Keep fighting his good fight. Don't let the midgets try to run you off. Well, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I never heard that before. Z or Zed didn't start until United 24 until 2022, not adding up. I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean Z? What do you come on? Why don't you just say the whole name? There's so many. Look how much this person wrote. If this person wrote this much, you could have wrote more. That's a weird thing. The people with coffees are like, well, this is my chance to write my breakout novel. And the people with the super chats are like 642 COBCCC 7. He'll understand. What? Hey, come on, man. It's crazy. I don't understand what's going on with you guys. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Can't complain. Someone said Julian is 5'10". There you go. I'm 6 foot, so I don't see myself as tall because my dad was tall and my brother is tall and my other brother's tall and my sister. I have a sister. Actually, both my sisters are tall, actually. And my kids are tall. So I see myself as like average, but a lot of people feel like 6 foot is tall. R.I.P. Gargonzola Lara. If you know, you know. All right. Well, fine. There is a hilarious video clip of Scott Kelly stuck on wires while on the space station, aired on PBS. Busted. Yeah, right. It's on PBS and it's still on PBS. There's absolutely no way how quickly they would cut off that production. What? They would cut off that production and they would ban it for being seen. New member. Thank you so much. How do you say your name? Casey? Is it Casey? Casey? Is that how it is? Show is a gift from God. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. Bet some of that. Andrew Wilson, 300K is from Ukraine. I mean, who knows? Who knows? It's very weird. And the Ukraine thing's a very odd thing. Like their connections. My buddy, he was breaking down the connection between Ukraine, Philadelphia, Spain, Morocco, Argentina. He was giving me all. It was a wild conversation, but he was breaking it all down really well. And it's something I can't even talk about on YouTube, but there's an interesting connection between all those places. Coach Colin, shout out A New Sense. Very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. There you go. And you still get it. See, people know how to spell anew and sense. They know how to spell those things. I mean, you can do without the underscore. I'm not going to lie. You can do without the underscore, but fine. You know, you got some real words in there. That's perfect. Thank you. The Minority Report. I've spent years building a research community around overlooked history. You had buy me a coffee set, so I couldn't buy one. Much respect. No, I didn't. I had it set that way, so you couldn't buy one. What are you talking about? You crazy? I had it set that way. You think I set it just for you because I didn't want you to buy one? I actually saw your channel. I actually saw your Instagram, and you were doing something that was very reminiscent. I think you would like, what is his name? I think his name's Kurt. I want to say Curtis Jackson, but I know that's 50 Cent's name. Oh man, I can't remember his name. He's actually friends with Officer Tatum, but he's a really intelligent guy. Curtis? What's his name? Hold on. I only have like 5 minutes. I shouldn't even be doing this, but I'm going to because I really think you'd like his. I can't find his name. Dang. Oh man, when I find it, I'll send it to you. But yeah, I think you'd really like this guy. Just tune in, Coach. Why did the Kandahar Shrimp run a background check on you? Christ is King. I don't know. That's what we were talking about in the video. Who knows why? I mean, it's a weird correlation between me reading those emails and that whole thing, and then also finding out that it was before then as well, back in April, which is weird. I don't know what I was doing in April that was so important, but I don't know. Turning Point USA sent him the money. Blake Neff said he would happily donate when Andrew first said he was going to crowdfund. Yes, exactly. That is what people are speculating. That is what people think. Coach, are you aware you always go live at the perfect time for West African viewers? I have no idea. What time would that be? Thank you. You're too funny on this. You're funny on this continent too. Oh, thank you so much. I had no idea. We didn't plan it that way at all. Gary was given a MIDI 30-6, thus the narrative belief. Oh, see, now it's all coming together. We're figuring things out now. Major Matt just remembered who was the first person / organization to fund it. Whatever podcast. For their money, I bet you Andrew will be causing / looking for a gotcha clip for them. Also, these clowns do know, debate or not, evidence wins. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, sometimes they just play weird word games. Gary is Kandahar giant with proportional dwarfism. Ah, see what I mean? People are figuring things out now. That's not me, by the way. That's just you guys. I didn't know any of this. I don't even know who spread that whole thing. Who the first person was to say it. I just heard it. Love how Candace's response always gives as per my email vibes. By the way, do you watch Black Line Brief? You, him, Baron Coleman are my fave males in the space. Yeah, I see Black Line Brief sometimes. I see his videos here and there. They don't pop up a lot on YouTube. Actually, yeah, they kind of do. They have been recently, that's for sure. It wouldn't let me purchase the super chat because BC's first name. I had to use initials. Wild. Oh, that's weird. That is very weird, actually. Very evil. Very nice. What does that mean? Why is Andrew W. hell bent of defending the R word CEO? How he went from insulting her in May to giving her an old man hug? General amnesia? Yeah, it's very weird. The whole thing is weird. The whole thing, and it's so contrived. It's so obviously fake. The guy just pops up. Hey, I went to Turning Point. I hugged Erica. I helped them with debates. And hey, you know what else? I just realized every question about Charlie Kirk should come to me. What are you talking about? That's clearly Candace could do that. Candace could do that. Candace could say every question about Charlie Kirk needs to come to me from now on. Everybody would be like, okay, well, that kind of makes sense because, you're the one covering it the most. But I mean, who says that? Oh, and I'm not being paid by them at all. It's like, okay, man, whatever. It's all like Cat Williams said. The goal is to sell your soul and make everybody believe that you never sold your soul. That's the ultimate goal. Plot twist, Andrew is trans. Olive Jar proved it. That is ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person. We need a meme. Andrew's face squeezed inside a pickle jar. Candace holding it. Oh, look at that. Creative juices flowing here, guys. There you go. Check out the debate for Tyler. The debate for Tyler? Let me see here. I saw something where it was Tyler Robinson that donated. So stupid. So dumb. You and Barron should do a watch party together. That would be cool. That'd be cool. That Andrew video is so Shapiro quoted. Yeah, right. Very. That's a good. Yeah, very like Jeremy. Very Jeremy like. Very Shapiro like. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. Will Candace wear the battle bun Friday? I don't know. She might try and psych him out. I'm sure he's heard about the battle bun. New member. Shout out to you. Can't wait to read or see Baldy or Officer Braindumb Towhead. Tato Head give their opinion on the debate with Rogan. Should it came through be safe? I wonder if they will. They've been really silent. I wonder if they will talk about it. They haven't talked about anything. Everybody has stopped talking just so this thing can happen. That's how you also know that it's planned. Benny, Officer Tatum, all these voices that usually talk, Andrew, Blake, all of them got silent so Andrew can step in and do this. That's it. That's how you know there's marching orders afoot. It's very obvious. Benny Johnson took that money. Remember when he was visiting the White House and different senators and admin people before Charlie Kirk passed? Susanna, Rosanna, Diana, you are you are correct. I mean, he did do that. I don't know if he took any money. I don't know who he would have taken it from. Heather, Coach, did you see Candace gave $5 and said, "You're going to need it, little buddy"? Not sure if you saw it. No way. It's not Candace. It's not Candace. It's you jokers. That's who it is. Love your show, Coach. Andrew Wilson doesn't have to work for Turning Point for them to give him money for the debate. Gaslight. No, that's true too. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right about that. Andrew is making his name as a mop, not a table like Erica Kirk says, but a mop for Candace Owens to mop her floor with. Oh man, I hope not. I hope they just debate and he leaves. I hope he doesn't see her floors. People should donate 33 cents and change their name to Blake now. Oh my God. There's going to be so many different people. Owen Benjamin is top tier talent. Brilliant. OG top tier talent. You are correct. Better judgment. What's going on? I don't know if she's a robot, but she's creepy. Robot zap caller. I'm dying. She's something. Everybody was like, see, as soon as she touched her stomach, he woke up. I love that theory. I love it. I wish it was true. Regarding yesterday's comments about a lot of Italians here, it's because I live in the west part of Croatia, Peninsula, Istria, on a west coast, which is right across from Italy. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I wonder if I'll be anywhere near there. My family just came in to check on me. I was laughing so hard. Melania 2.0. I cannot. I'm done. I just saved the world. Oh man. See, that's why I need clippers. I need clippers to just clip up stuff like that. Cause I'm not gonna remember once I hang up. I got a call that I'm late for. Like, I'm not gonna remember. Can we just talk about how House of Dragons season ended? Oh man, I gotta watch. I gotta tell my wife. We gotta watch. Thank you for the laugh today. I wanted to say thank you so much for your kind words yesterday. I sent the clip you asked for to your email. Really? Send it on X. You should put it on X and tag me, and then I'll repost it because then I'm reposting you. You know, that's how we help each other. Let's keep going here. Anyway, let's see here. Who else? Coach, you are my top 3 on YouTube. You rock, Coach. Many prayers sent to you, Mrs. Coach, and the kiddos. Breaking codes like John Nash. Thank you very much. And that's it, guys. We got to get out of here. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. I got a call to make right now to Coach Oliver. I got an Oliver call I gotta take. I'm 3 minutes late. I try not to be late for his calls, but it just ends up happening that way. Here, let's see what's going on. Let's see. Oh no, recording in progress. What's going on? We are live. I am I'm wrapping up here. I'm sorry I'm late.
It's all good.
I just started.
I caught some of it.
Did you?
I like that Mrs. Coach made a little cameo today.
Yeah, man. And also St. Michael's Lent. It just began.
Well, it officially begins on the 15th on the Assumption of Mary. But yeah, on the challenge, the Hallow Apps challenge starts today.
Yeah.
So let's go. It's so needed, man. St. Michael, pray for us.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about that right now. Say bye to everybody, man. We are out of here.
Peace, y'all.
Take it easy, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, 100%.